Just one second.
यार आपके पास फोन है?
Wait. The chief guest is arriving. Professor Chandan Chaudhary.
Chair ISDSI. Sir, we have also written Chair ISDSI. Is that okay?
Yes,
That is
conference
right,
chair.
right?
Conference chair. ISDSI 2024.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to please rise and welcome our dignitaries with a huge round of applause. Thank you. May I request everyone to kindly be seated.
National anthem के announcement आप कर देना.
No, you can make them sit on the stage. Just ask Purnima ma'am. She's here. She's here. Okay, we'll start. Thank you. A very good morning to all of you. I, Indrayud,
And I, Bhumika,
on behalf of the entire PIBM family, feel privileged to welcome you to the 18th ISDSI Global International Conference 2024 on navigating the AI frontier in business, balancing economy, ecology, and inclusion.
Pune Institute of Business Management is committed to provide exceptional opportunities to explore the novel discoveries, innovation, and recent trends in the world of business. In extension of this, it is worth mentioning that the expanded scope and the widened horizons that the innovative technologies have managed to deliver in the recent past are undisputed. One such transformative development, which is artificial intelligence, has imploded in a way that has captured not just the technical segments but has also redefined the stakeholder and citizen associations, hence revolutionizing business, economy, and society.
Furthering the stance of AI's dynamism in business, PIBM has endeavored to bring together intellectuals, industry experts, scholars, and innovators globally to explore its groundbreaking impact through this prestigious 18th ISDSI Global Research Conference. As the focus on holistic development gets intensified around the world, fostered by organizations such as the United Nations, the relevance of centering on the facet of sustainability is indispensable. Aligned to this vision, this conference considers the harmony between economic growth, environmental sustainability, and inclusivity imperative. Therefore, the predominant intent will be the interplay of AI and these three key pillars: economy, ecology, and inclusion.
By engaging in intriguing panel discussions led by industry and academic experts, showcasing the high and low stake points of the concern at hand and aiding the learning curve about AI in business, this conference aspires to be multifarious in its approach.
Ladies and gentlemen, we begin. May I request each and every one of you all to stand up and for the national anthem of our country.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे
Thank you. Jai Hind. And like every other auspicious occasion, let us start this event by offering our prayer to Ma Saraswati and conducting a customary lamp lighting ceremony as a tribute to Mother Saraswati, the embodiment of knowledge. Saraswati Mahabhage, Vidya Kamala Lochane, Vidya Rupe Vishalakshi, Vidyam Dehi Namastute. May I request our Honorable Chief Guests, Honorable Chairman, and all the dignitaries Thank you. May I request everyone to kindly be seated.
And the humongous efforts of the managing committee members, and what can be a fitting tribute to the founding members of the Institute than witnessing their journey and chronicles of the inception and establishment of this esteemed institute. So ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes on the journey of our magnificent institute. May I request the video to be played, please.
great story begins with a single seed. And that seed for PIBM was planted in 2007 by establishing the trust IRS. In 2008, we took our first bold step, launching the PGDM program at Bhugao and Baudhan campus. It was a humble beginning, a vision taking shape, a commitment to shaping future leaders. We began practical skills training with MS Excel certification, a sign of our focus on real-world applicability. 2009-11. These 2 years were about building the strong foundation of PIBM. In 2009, we established our Piramud campus, a 3-acre space that symbolized our growing ambitions. We started taking our students beyond the classroom walls for industry visits, providing invaluable exposure. By 2011, we were weaving corporate interactions into the very fabric of our programs. Corporate weekends, mentorship, live projects with SMEs, it was all about experiential learning, bridging the gap between academia and industry.
We continue to expand our horizons. We introduced corporate presentations, live projects, and internships to further solidify our commitment to practical training.
The Pioneer Convergence Business Conclave was launched, bringing together thought leaders and students. We understood the growing demands of the corporate world.
And in 2014, we were the pioneers in designing a unique training pedagogy focusing on profile-oriented training, ensuring our students were ready for diverse industry job roles.
The installation of Bloomberg Terminal gave students access to real-time market data, a crucial tool for industry research.
Our vision was not confined to Pune. We expanded our horizons by establishing undergraduate campuses in Solan, Himachal Pradesh and Guwahati, Assam, thereby broadening our reach and amplifying our impact. In 2016, we have launched Raman Bytes Private Limited to enhance technology and learning. Our vision behind Raman Bytes Private Limited is to create a personalized learning environment and to give a customized learning feedback to the students to increase their productivity in learning. We launched Employability Enhancement Program, EEP. This initiative is focused on bridging the skill gap through specialized training and empowering students to boost their career readiness. Along with CFOs, CHROs, CMOs, we have added a new gem in our crown, that is CEO Charishma. The CEO Charishma is a panel of CEOs who have gathered and shared their expertise and experience with our young management graduates.
2018 was an incredible year. PIBM launched its book on the future of HRM with Wiley,
A testament to our academic rigor. We established a research cell and introduced new specializations in business analytics, recognizing the growing importance of data. The Institution Innovation Council was formed, fostering a culture of innovation. And in 2019, we achieved AACSB membership in NAC Accreditation, milestones that validated our commitment to quality education.
Year 2020 brought unprecedented challenges but also incredible opportunities. Since we had already developed our own learning management system, namely Classroom Plus, we could seamlessly transition into online and live learning, ensuring our uninterrupted learning for our students. We launched new specializations in applied business analytics and strategical digital marketing, understanding the changing needs of the market. We also rebranded our current program EEP to PIBM Skills and also launched Let's Grow app.
In 2021, our sister institute, Pune Institute of Management Studies, received the AISDSI-G approval, further solidifying our visions to imparting quality management education. We launched the National Employability Skill Test in collaboration with the NFDC, contributing to the national skill development. In 2022, we launched Digitalistic, another corporate event focusing on the new era of digital transformation.
For Pune Institute of Business Management, year 2023 was the year of significant achievements. We have received our MBA accreditation for our PGDM program, and it has received MBA equivalence from AIU. We also became the certified member of AACSB. With our vision to take higher business education to an international level, we launched Global Joint Degree Program with Lawrence Technological University, Michigan, USA. Our new program with a focus on international MBA education provides international exposure to our students. We also received the Outstanding Global Exposure Award at the Elites World Education Summit, and importantly, we ranked among the top B school in India by NRF 2023.
Today, PIBM stands as a testament to the power of vision, hard work, and collaboration. From our humble beginnings to our current status, as a leading business school in India, we have remained committed to providing quality innovation and shaping future leaders. We are proud of our alumni, our faculties, our staff, and everyone who has contributed to our journey. We are building a legacy. But this is not the end here. PIBM is now taking a giant leap forward with the upcoming PIBM Global Skill University, a sprawling 30-acre campus featuring a cutting edge of 5,000 square feet sports complex and gymnasium, setting new benchmarks in modern education and holistic development. We are introducing innovative programs such as PGDM in Health Analytics, that is Global Joint Degree Program, PGDM in Policy and Administration, and PGDM in Water Defense and Management, setting new benchmarks in modern education. Taking education and innovation to the next level, PIBM will implement the revolutionary SCPS AI methodology, Sector Plus AI approach with Sector AI labs for FMCG, retail and health and hospitals, integrating AI for sector-specific applications to prepare students for the industries of tomorrow. With partner campuses in Dubai and New York and global programs offering dual degree options, PIBM is shaping leaders with a truly international perspective and unmatched global exposure. With the vision to train and employ 10 lakh students, PIBM is establishing 50 plus Let's Go centers across India and launching a cutting-edge digital platform. This initiative aims to empower the next generation with the skills and opportunities they need to build a brighter and more prosperous future.
So friends, this is the story of PIBM, the story of growth, the story of innovation, and the story of unwavering commitment. The story which has been scripted by every student, every faculty member, every staff, and all those associates who has been continuously supporting our incredible journey. We would like to express our deep gratitude to those who have been selflessly supporting PIBM family in this unprecedented journey, which literally started from zero but reached limitless.
Indeed, the journey has been magnificent.
Ladies and gentlemen, now with utmost humility, we seek permission to introduce all our esteemed dignitaries, our chief guests. Followed by their introductions, we will proceed on with the felicitation ceremony. Our honorable chief guest is not only a person of prominence, but also a figure of great influence. With an illustrious academic background and a natural drive for bringing about change, he began his journey as a professor of botany and rose to serve as a Minister of State in the Ministry of Education. Under the esteemed leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, he has taken charge of this pivotal ministry and also represents the Balurghat constituency in West Bengal. It is with great pride and joy we warmly welcome Dr. Shukanto Majumdar ji, Honorable Union Minister of State for Education and Minister of State in the Ministry of Development for the Northeastern region amongst us today. I am confident that his invaluable insights will serve as a guiding light for everyone present here today. Now let us have a look at Sir's illustrious career. sir. We warmly welcome you to the 18th ISDSI Global International Conference.
Perfect blend of knowledge from both technical and management backgrounds. With a bachelor's in engineering from IIT Roorkee and PhD and master's degree in computer science at the Virginia Polytechnic Institute and State University, USA, Sir holds impactful wisdom which he earned from a global scale. He has been a key change maker, considering the honor of Best Director of Business Schools Award for transforming IIM Raipur to a great place to work and its exponential growth. His experiences in academia and industry are globally renowned, and his associations know no bounds, given his influential presence in important educational institutes such as University of the Naga National Malaysia, ESSEC Business School, Paris, France, Chung-Ang University, Seoul, Korea, to name a few. He has also been associated as the chairman at the Services Sector Development Council, Bureau of Indian Standards, president at the Indian Subcontinent Precision Science Institute, chairman at the Computer Society of India, and as member of the board of governors at various organizations. To lead the presence of such a multi-dimensional personality, may I request the video to be played so you can take a look at Sir's illustrious career. With a huge round of applause, welcome Dr. Bharat Bhaskar, Director, IIM Ahmedabad, 18th ISDSI Global Conference.
Our next honorable guest is a distinguished scholar from the prestigious IIT Bombay. His contributions extend beyond academia, showcasing exemplary leadership and mentorship. He has trained over 100 vice-chancellors of state and central universities, more than 1,000 deans, directors, principals, and HODs of technical institutions, including NITs under the TEQIP initiative. He has held several prominent leadership roles, including Chairman PGDM, Dean Academics, Dean Graduate Programs at MDI Gurgaon. Currently, he serves as a Director of the Indian Institute of Management, Nagpur, and is also the President of ISDSI Global. We welcome such an accomplished academician amongst us. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, we welcome Dr. Bhimaraya Mitri, Sir, Director, IIM Nagpur, for the 18th ISDSI Conference. May I request the video to be played, please?
Our next distinguished guest brings with him 25 years of rich experience in family business management, teaching, business consulting, mentoring, and academic administration. A passionate researcher with over 150 national and international publications, he has authored and edited more than 40 books. His prominent role on the editorial boards of international journals is a testament to his expertise. Active in the academic community, he has organized events, conferences, and executive training programs for organizations like L&T Metro, Indian Railways, and various banks to name a few. He was the founding director of the Symbiosis Institute of Research and Innovation and the Symbiosis Managing Director and Country Manager for 3 prestigious global corporations, Dassault Systems India, Geo, IBM, and Industrial and Financial Systems. We welcome Dr. Chandan Chaudhary, Conference Chair, ISDSI 2024, and Professor, Indian School of Business, between us to enlighten the audience with his presence. May I please request for the video to be played, please?
Welcome, sir, to the 18th ISDSI Global Conference. And now for the felicitation ceremony, I would like to invite a sculptor who has created this esteemed institute. Following Swami Vivekananda's philosophy, sir ensures PIBM remains at the forefront of turning learners into global leaders by delivering world-class management education with an industry co-designed curriculum. Sir is also engaged with the National Skills Development Corporation and the All India Council for Technical Education. May I invite Dr. Ramanpreet Sir, Founder, Chairman, Executive Director of PIBM Group of Institutes, and also the Advisor to the National Commission of Minorities, Ministry of Minority Affairs, Government of India, to kindly step forward and firstly felicitate our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Shukanto Majumdarji, Minister of State for Education and Minister of State in the Ministry of Development for the Northeastern region, to kindly come forward. Just may I request from Mr. to felicitate Dr. Bhaskar on the as he waited. May I request from Mr. now? Wait, let me handle this and just now may I request from Mr.
एक काम करो आप ही बोल दो. Do it.
No, you tell it.
No, do it.
Please. As soon as I finish, you just start on. Okay?
What are you saying?
I said, thank you, sir. I kindly remain seated. Thank you, sir. I request our chief guest to kindly be seated. I request now Raman sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Bharat Bhaskar sir, Honorable Director, IIM Ahmedabad. I request Dr. Bharat Bhaskar sir to please come forward. Next, may I request the Honorable President, ISDSI and Director, IIM Nagpur, Dr. Bhimarai Maitri sir, to please come forward. And may I request Raman sir to kindly felicitate Maitri sir. And now may I request the Secretary General of ISDSI and Founding Director, Sparsh Business School, Dr. Ravin Jain, to kindly come forward. And may I request Raman sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Ravi Jain sir.
Chair ISDSI and Professor ISB.
And now may I request Chandan Chaudhary sir, Chair ISDSI, to please come forward for the felicitation ceremony. And may I request Ramanpreet sir to kindly felicitate Chandan sir. Thank you, Raman sir. I request Raman sir to also be seated.
Now, for the opening remark, I would like to call upon Dr. Rajeshri Pillai, Director, International Relations and Research and Development. Please join us, ma'am.
Very good morning to one and all. Respected Chief Guest, Honorable Dr. Sukanta Mujumdar-ji, Guest of Honor Dr. Bharat Bhaskar Sir, Dr. Bhimraya Maitri Sir, key speakers, dignitaries, presenters, our respected Chairman Ramanpreet Sir, Directors of PIBM, HODs, faculties, and my dear students. On behalf of PIBM, I take this opportunity to welcome all of you for the inauguration ceremony of 18th ISDSI Global Conference 2024. The ISDSI Global Research Conference has come to find its advent with PIBM this year carrying the baton from IIM Ranchi. With the theme, Navigating the AI Frontier in Business, Balancing Economy, Ecology and Inclusion. The conference acknowledges the central role of AI, one of the most significant technological leap, almost in every sphere, but predominantly in business and societal reasons. We at PIBM aim to raise the scale of this conference by inviting global leaders, academicians to brainstorm the theme of conference and add value to the business and society at large. To provide some highlights, predominant highlights for this conference, so PIBM has partnered with various international universities such as Allied International University, USA, University of Bridgeport, USA, Skyline University, University of Sharjah, and Kenya Meteorologist University. At this conference, we have received a great response with more than 1,200 authors submitting their research papers from 430 institutes of national and international repute. This conference has a representation of more than 20 countries. Moreover, this conference has association with predominant companies such as Pattern, Amul, and System Simulation. And after the successful completion of doctoral colloquium on 26th of December 2024, that is yesterday, I declare 18th ISDSI Global Conference at PIBM open and look forward to all of you and welcome all of you. Thank you so much.
Now, we would like to call upon Shri Ramanpreet Sir, our esteemed Chairman, PIBM, to deliver the opening speech.
So, thank you, and good morning to all of you. So, first of all, I wish all of you a very high energy today, and a purposeful and a very clear purpose. Second is a very bright day. Thank you so much. Yeah, sorry for this disturbance. So, a bright energy to all of you, number one. Number second, a very clean purpose. Number third, what I learned is an indomitable will to do anything. And I think the entire team has worked very hard this day, and because of their will and structure, you have seen that today the 1,200 plus authors has produced those papers. And the bright day and a very good day to all of you. So with this, I would like to welcome specifically on the behalf of PIBM family and ISDSI conference, specifically the chairman, Mr. Maitriji, and for the entire team, I want to welcome the entire faculties, researchers, the business heads, the administrative heads, education leaders, and political heads and leaders. With this, I want to also share about the PIBM story and the PIBM journey. I think we have already seen that. But prior to that, I would like to welcome also the dynamic and very young leader who's there in front of us, who has shaped the various policies of education. And he is also heading the two different ministries. So Honorable Minister Mr. Sukanta Majumdar sir. And because of his presence, the motivation and the fare of this campus is going up. And also, we would also like to give a welcome and thanks to sir. And I also like to welcome Mr. Maitri sir, who is the chairman of this ISDSI conference. Because of him, I think we got this button and the entire research conference is happening. I'd also like to welcome Mr. Bhaskar sir, who's the director of the IIM Ahmedabad. And I would like, apart from the welcomes, I would like to share a small PPT, what I brought it, how the PIBM has initiated and how the PIBM has started. So, in 2007, we formed the trust called IRS. But then after that, when we were establishing it, there were already 200 plus B schools in the entire Pune, and more than 3,000 plus B schools was there into entire India. We thought very clearly that what's the difference we can produce into this place. So first of all, what I did, I researched that what the other B school is not doing it. The first thing was that the application-based training was only been done by 10% of the B schools. So I thought, what can be done very differently? So we did one JD-based training, which is called job description-based training. We went to the various sectors, various companies. We identified the various jobs and skills. We have taken those jobs and skills and built the content out of it. So what happened with that? We saw that 500 plus companies was coming in the campus, and we given 500 plus skill set and very good leaders to the various firms and companies. So this didn't stop there. We thought how to produce more and more experiential learning systems in the campus. So what we did is also very unique. We established IRC centers. IRC was Industry Representation Centers. So in 2018 and 19, we initiated with approximately 50 such centers where faculties and students can work hand in hand and together, where the knowledge can be shared. The next step was what we did just right now. We are establishing a very unique pedagogy and a very unique methods of teaching and training. We thought if a student can learn by doing, so what we did we established a small SME center, which is called Small Medium Enterprise Centers. We brought small machineries which can make LED bulbs, which can make pencils, rubbers, and so we have 50 of those lists. What is happening when the student is studying any marketing or finance or HR is more of case studies and more of theories, which is the old systems and old pattern. How do you bring those old patterns to a new patterns of teaching and learning? So it's very well that if we create something, so we faculties and the student started to doing creation of a product. It's still on a nascent stage, but then we feel that if the entire pedagogy of a business school can be worked with the creation of a product and then creation of a services, where students and the faculties works together for that. So what happens when they go to the company to any job or any skills, they're not only is focused on one functional area, they're focused on different functional areas, and together they can build a very bright business. After that, we graduated to the service level. So we thought how AI can, which is the basic agenda or topic of today, how AI can infuse the service market. So what we did, we started building applications. So a lot of students started building application. It was a road-based technology, but then slowly we are also building up the AI-based tech. So I want to show you what we did and what we solved the various problems in an education sector. After this, we thought, so I just want to show you one thing, that education for all, that's it. So education for all is the basic mantra for the government of India. What we did, that we saw that there is approximately 1.18 million students were passing 10th standard. Out of 18 million students who's passing 10th standard, there's a dropout to 12th standard, approximately 40 lakh students. That means 14 million to 15 million students was going into a 12th standard. So one of my faculty and students prepared, also my small IT team, they prepared one anticipative, predictive AI, which can reduce the dropout rates from 10th standard to 12th standard. And there's a big research going on that. And if we can reduce the dropout rates, so we increase the GR ratio for the entire country. What was second? Second was from 15 million people to the graduation level, which is a higher education. There's a dropout of at least 50 lakh students there. So approximately every year, 1 crore students, which is 10 million students enrolling into higher education. What was the hit? The hit was, there's again a dropout of 80 lakh students from 10th standard to the grads, first year. So we prepared an anticipative and a predictive AI which can help a student to understand that why they are dropping it out, number one. Number second, it will help the schools and colleges to understand which student will do a dropout. Third is that we focused on jobs market. So a lot of big companies, a lot of large companies is there. We focus on MSME, which is the backbone of our country. We saw that approximately there is something 10,000 to between 15,000 MSME, which is having a turnover of 70 crores and above. We went to them and we established a team to approach to them. When we see that their average age of those MSMEs is approximately 17 years to 20 years. That means the second generation has come in, and the second generation is more tech savvy. That means all of them, they want to grow that company to a next level. So where the various research can happen to grow these companies to next level, all of these 14,000 companies, what we've researched, their annual turnover is 70 crores. So comprisingly, approximately 10 lakh crores is the annual turnover of these 17,000 companies. When we approach to the CEOs and the management of those companies, they're eyeing to make it double or triple in size. It can only happen when the entire work with the technology, this work. So approximately by 2030, these 14,000 to 15,000 companies, MSME companies, which is into different sectors, will become 30 lakh crores. So there's a huge growth and huge chances to do research on these MSMEs and SMEs. So what we did is the second level is that we tied up with these SMEs. We built a small platform because you see the English speaking students, they're hardly 15 to 18%, which can speak a very good English. So what we did, we started working out on the various rural part of the country and semi-urban part of the country, where it's a vernacular languages, but the quant ability, they're able to understand domain is very, very strong. We mapped those skill sets with the company's skill set. So there are companies, they are asking for certain kind of skill set. There are students which is deriving certain kind of skills. So the mapping of the skill sets, we have done it, and the predictive AI shows that to which student is nearby to crack those companies at the entrance test. So that means the student can see what kind of test he has given and how far it is to a job. Similarly, company can also see which student can do a good job with me. So there's a humongous market in the education sector and also into the health science sector, and in various sectors has come in. So I'm going to show you, we are already late, so I'll just take you 5 minutes to take you through the various sectors and how much investment has been poured into different sectors. So go ahead, yeah. So I'll stick, yeah, next. So AI in healthcare, I know that all of you have done a lot of work in that. So last night I was studying about the personalized medicine. Personalized medicine, I'll just show you, this next slide please. So this is the data statistics. So whatever medicine we are consuming right now, or the different people, so 75% medicine for cancer drugs is a generalistic medicine which is not been used for a particular body itself. That means these medicines is non-effective. So there's a great scope is coming into research with the pharma companies and the AI researchers to sit and to find out the personalized medicine area. So that's why I'm going to show you the next slide. AI healthcare is approximately 15.1 billion right now. And it has been predicted that it will become 187.95 billion in coming 2030. So can you imagine the kind of jobs, the kind of research which is required here? So the way the health sector was behaving earlier and the way in 2030 the health sector will behave, it's very, very different. So I think rather than, so when I speak to a lot of faculties, a lot of students across, I see that there's a fear among them among the job, because we also attended a lot of conference. Generally in the conference, they're talking about their skill sets. So I'm saying that there are plenty of skill sets, plenty of jobs will be created if we focus on what to be done, what problem to be solved. Next. AI in education. Next. I just want to show you figures. I think all of us is aware about it. So it's a 5.5 billion across the world, and all 30 billion will come in. In fact, if we work, so we made this a small business model. If we work it out with the 20,000 MSMEs, and when we approach to them, so they are hiring approximately 30 to 40 people, fresher and also graduate. The overall market in this 20,000 MSME is 2 lakh CR, which requires a lot of research work at the back end, which requires a new skill set to be emerged. If we focus on that, so this figure will cross. Next. I hope in AI in finance, I hope a lot of papers I have seen which has come for the AI in finance, which is trading and fraud detection. So I don't want to go to this slide. I'm going to take you to the last slide. Go ahead to the last slide. Yeah. Take the last. So what I see that these data is available with you, and you can search on the net, because we have just found from the net, and there are a lot of system. What AI is bringing is the efficiency to us, precision to us, and a very amazing growth to all these sectors, and a new product and a new services can be launched and can be thought with this. But then what is the core value system onto where we are? So if you go to slide, wherever we are right now and wherever we have to go, we have to always focus that these are 2 value systems. What I personally follow is that work hard to reach your goals, and arise, awake, and stop not till the goals is not reached. Once, whether today or after 20 years or after 30 years, we'll all exist. Skills, AI, long time will change. But what will not change is the vision and the goal. So every time you have to focus on the vision and goals after the goals. If you have this indomitable will, then 100% you're going to achieve your target. So with this, I want to close this session. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Raman sir, for inspiring us as always, and thank you for your addressal. Now we would like to request our honorable chief guests, Raman sir, and all the dignitaries on the dais to come forward and unveil the conference proceedings. Can we, hello. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello. Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, can we all have a big round of applause for the 18th ISDSI Global International Conference 2024, Navigating the AI Frontier, Balancing Economy, Ecology, and Inclusion. It's okay. And now, for the addressal, may I request our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Sukanta Majumdarji, Minister of State for Education and Minister of State in the Ministry of Development for the Northeastern region, to kindly come forward and address the August House.
Very good morning to all of you. All the distinguished directors present here, eminent guests, speakers, delegates, participants, and ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to be a part of this prestigious conference, which brings together the brilliant minds to discuss the subject that is not only shaping our present but also defining our future, the artificial intelligence. As you know, AI is no longer a mere concept from science fiction. It has become the transformative force, revolutionizing the way we live, we work and learn. Jnanam paramam sadhanam. Knowledge is the supreme instrument. You know, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, our government has introduced the National Education Policy 2020, which is a landmark reforms that redefine India's education system and education ecosystem to prepare our country for a knowledge-driven future by integrating technology, promoting multidisciplinary approach, and emphasizing experiential learning. NEP 2020 is not just a policy but a visionary roadmap. The ISDSI-G Conference hosted by the Pune Institute of Business Management, PIBM, embodies the spirit of NEP 2020. It provides an ideal platform to align Indian educational and innovative ecosystem with global trends in data sciences and technology. With its emphasis on leveraging the data-driven insight for sustainable growth, this event supports NEP 2020's mission to foster collaboration, innovation, and excellence in education research. NEP 2020 envisions establishing India as a global hub for education and innovation. Conferences like ISDSI-G contribute to this vision by bringing together thought leaders, researchers, and industry experts to discuss the intersection of data sciences, business management, and sustainable development. Education is the foundation of any progressive society, and AI is strengthening that foundation in profound ways. Under the flagship initiative like Digital India and the PM eVidya program, the Government of India is ensuring that AI-driven solutions make quality education accessible to all. AI tool, as envisioned under NEP 2020, create personalized learning experiences by analyzing the student's strengths, weaknesses. This ensures the targeted support in areas like mathematics while allowing students to excel their preferred subject. AI is not a replacement or cannot be a replacement for teachers, but a powerful enabler. Tools such as AI-based grading system and attendance tracking reduce the administrative load on the educators, giving educators much more time to focus on monitoring and mentoring the inspiring students. Mentoring and inspiring the students. So through the programs like Samagra Shiksha Abhijan, AI-powered assistive technologies such as speech-to-text, text-to-speech, tools are making education more inclusive for students with disabilities. AI is preparing the student for future job markets. Maharashtra's AI lab in the schools and the colleges, supported by Atal Innovation Centers or Innovation Mission, provide hands-on training in data science, coding, and robotics. AI tools under Bhashini initiative are bridging the linguistic gaps by enabling students to learn their preferred languages while gradually introducing them to the global language like English. In conclusion, I would like to say that AI is not just a tool, it's a revolution that has the power to transcend barriers, create opportunities, and bring quality education and healthcare to every corner of the country. With the foundation laid by NEP 2020, initiatives like AI and the National AI Portal and the forums like ISDSI-G Conference, India is well positioned to become the global leader in education technology and in innovation. However, the great power comes with great responsibility. The ethical use of AI with a focus of fairness and inclusivity must remain our guiding principle. Let us embrace AI not as challenge but as an opportunity to build a brighter, smarter, and healthier Bharat. Together, we can pave the way for future where the technology and the humanity work hand in hand. That's all from my end. Jai Hind, thank you, Jai Bharat.
Hello. Thank you so much, sir, for your addresses. May I now request Dr. Bharat Bhaskar, sir, Honorable Director, IIM Ahmedabad, to please come forward and due to some prior engagement, our chief guest, Dr. Shukanta Majumdar ji, will be leaving today. We thank sir for gracing this occasion, and we thank sir for his invaluable insights that he has shared with us today. Now, may I request Dr. Bharat Bhaskar, Honorable Director, IIM Ahmedabad, to kindly address the August House.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I think first of all, people who are sitting on the dais, Professor Bhimrai Maitri, Professor Ravi Jain, Chandan, and Rashri, I would like to thank them. Especially Professor Bhimrai Maitri, Professor Khedkar, and people who have created in India a conference which has become the ultimate attraction for people to gather together, and it's evidenced by 400 plus papers submission. It takes lots of energy, lots of persistence on part of the organizers and people carrying the torch to have the persistence that year after year a high quality conference is being delivered in India. The India is, as of now, turning out to be a center of the universe. You may remember Paul Kennedy wrote a book in 1990s, Rise and Fall of the Great Powers. Every century a new power emerges. And when a power emerges, it also goes to its degree of a satisfaction and degree of a complacency, and a new power begins to emerge. Before a power emerges, you see the first and foremost advances take place on the industrialization and industrial prowess of that country. The capability to manufacture, breakthrough in technology, and on, which latter is utilized by the military powers, and the economic power follows that. In that kind of a model, you can put all kinds of civilizations which have come together in past so many years. India has many opportunities post the independence. Prior to that, I don't want to get into the history, 15th century and 16th century India had more than 25% of the world trade. China was the only other power which could match that kind of a world trade. But post-independence, rest is the history what happened to us in past 400, 500 years. Post-independence, we got two opportunities in which we could have become a greater industrial power. One was right after independence, when the world was looking at us as an opportunity of a country consisting of lots of intellectual people whose brains can be tapped, and in order to sustain their civilization, the Indian continent can also be brought for the development. Somehow, at that point of time, our forays with the Western powers started, but for some reason in 60s, we broke our ties and we began to look in a different fashion. 80s, the world opened up once again because the Western powers were struggling with the manufacturing. The population had moved upward. The lower end manufacturing was required. The mass manufacturing was a need of hour, and cost efficiency or a cost cutting was required for Western powers to sustain themselves. Unfortunately, in 78-79 period, we turned one more time inward And we said we don't want multinationals because they are a reminder to the colonial era and they may subjugate us one more time. The fact remains, then the Western power looked toward the China, and post-80s, China is the story which we are talking about today. 90s, as a coincidence or due to our own circumstances, we ended up taking a different path in our economy. Once the economy got open, we began to compete in the world. I think the Indian centricity around the globe has begun to arrive, especially in past decade or past 15 to 20 years, if you see the mega changes which are happening. Earlier, of course, it was changes of a free trade and us getting away from the license Raj to the open economy Raj. But then the technology itself, the Indians began to make the biggest contributions. Post-90s, early 2000, India became the hub. When the world was talking about a dot-com era or all the economy moving from bricks and mortars to click and e-economy, India also moved forward. Of course, 2000s were bad years for the transition period. The e-commerce dot-com bubble burst, but the e-economy continued to trend along. And as it continues to go along, Indian population also will continue to make the major effort. That was the era in the educational sector and mega changes took place. In 2000 or around 2000, government came up with a policy that IT and information technology and this technology is going to be the change-making technology of the world. Government of India at that point of time took several policy decisions, and one of them was after IITs and triple ITs, opening of triple ITs. We are the only country in the world probably who realized that we need institutes which are focused on information technology. So a series of institutes called Indian Institutes of Information Technology came into being. That has been a great contribution because along with IITs and other institutions, these people pumped out lots of intellectual people who are capable of doing what was unprecedented and unexpected in the rest of the world. Starting with small roots, in 2008, when India took a mega project of providing a digital identity to all, other people said, what's the need? Although the justifications were made on economy, that leakage in the economy, direct benefit transfer was the main cause which was propounded, but it was a foundation which was being laid for a larger cause at that point of time. It was said that no country in the world has succeeded in digital identity. UK tried it, US had a minor projects at various state levels, and all projects had failed. At that point of time when India was taking up that digital identity or a unique identity, today known as Aadhaar, rest of the world wrote off that Indians can't do it because the number of people there, we have failed in a small set of population. How can India create? Today we have 1500 petabytes of data sitting in Aadhaar storage. No data center in the world is larger than 1500 petabytes. We created our own solution, which is a foundation for what we call the India Stack today. And the whole world is actually looking forward to how India has created India Stack. The advantage of that India Stack began to see when you saw the COVID arrive. Whole world struggled with the vaccination programs. We very smoothly managed, and they said, I think many of the predictors are saying few crore people will die in India. We could do a record of 1 crore vaccination in a day. Fully monitored, cold chain delivery of the vaccine, fully monitored for centralized servers based on those identity of unique ID or Aadhaar. It was hardly seems a challenge today, but If we didn't have a Aadhaar at that point of time, we hadn't started the roots of the India stack, we wouldn't have been able to. The next on that India stack is further built, what is actually disrupting the world, called UPI. UPI is a unique Indian creation because MasterCard, Visa, American Express ruled the world, and they took 3 to 6% of the commission in every transaction. Having so much great entrenchment in the global market, nobody thought India tried its all RuPay card, variety of other cards, but there was no solutions which is offering. And then we came up with again technology genius called UPI, which is the simplest possible interface. Today the largest number of transactions are happening in UPI in billions. Additional advantage of UPI is it actually protects the data privacy. When you use your card, the data sits with the central servers of somebody, which is being used, bought, and your privacy violated day and night. In UPI, once the transaction happens, merchant has his part, and as a customer you have your part, and there is no other storage which happens. Consequence of that is that you are protecting the data privacy, implementing data privacy is a very basic solution itself. Having that achieved that full India stack, now many countries are actually trying to borrow that technology, become part of the UPI framework, and many of them have begun to use. Because of that, now our rupee has become more acceptable around the world. There are many countries which are using UPI, and they are very happy to do a rupee transaction in the UPI environment. When it comes to AI, again, the same thing. LLM models have been built, but what models Microsoft and Facebook, etc. are building are built on the data which is a westernized data. Now people thought, once again having hold of that technology, having built the larger language models in their own environment, India is going to be in trouble. Meaning, again, dictated or dominated or directed by their language models. You will be surprised to see that how many large language models are getting developed in India today. Our IT industry is one more time going to disrupt the large language models of the world because it will contain more cultural information which is India-centric, and thus our answers will come more appropriately from our model. Now, doing all this requires a big challenge, and that's where our managerial talent or what PIBM-like institutes are doing comes into the picture. Today, we have not more than about 20,000 good MBAs produced in this country. With a 1.4 billion population, with the kind of economic growth we are looking at, trying to not achieve 5 trillion, but 30 trillion economy in next 15 to 20 years, or almost 20 to 25 years, we require hundreds of thousands of MBAs which are required to guide and develop and work in that industry. We also require millions of engineers and technology professionals. Now, our education system is not geared for that right now. We require a massive amount of scaling up. Of course, PIBM-like institutes will add, but the kind of scale we are looking at the growth is not possible to open these kind of institutions because where will we get the faculty and other resources from? This is our opportunity, and if we don't train our people, we will not be in position to reach the potential this country holds. And that's where AI comes in the picture. And you will notice, not only AI, but through online tools and techniques, we can now tailor-make the education and enhance the capability of our teachers or professors who are available in the country. Artificial intelligence can create the programs by analyzing in your corporate sector itself what kind of people are there, what skill sets they require, what are the other leadership challenges they face, and accordingly design the program, and from bouquet of the programs which are available in a impart that knowledge. So it can be rather than pushing the education, it will be a pulling of the education content. That's the kind of model we require. Although we require many more institutes to create these kind of environment, or create these kind of courses. Also leveraging that capability. So you may have noticed in India suddenly a blended MBA have become a very popular mechanism. I think more or less 50 to 60% of IIMs out of 21, I think 8 to 10 are offering a blended MBA model where part of it you do it on campus and rest of you do while working in an environment. Idea is to reach out who are unable to read because of the parameters or the constraints which are limiting the number of students who can be educated in a physical environment. This has also provided a new opportunity. Not only education needs to be provided in an MBA program from the faculty members you have, but also from multiple other professors whose capabilities you can leverage. One of the wonderful models in a US has appeared, which is called West Governors University. Nobody knew the name of West Governors University, but today it has become a major force to reckon with, because all they do, they provide you an online MBA program, but in a fashion where the teachers are MIT and Harvard and great business schools, retired professors. From them they create a content. It's a revenue sharing model in which thousands of students or industry professionals are able to acquire MBA degree. They are being taught. I'm not saying it's the exact same experience as going to be the same experience that of a physical degree, but it's better to have that experience than not to have that experience at all. So in that sense, you see the wonderful growth which is continuing to happen in that arena as well. India is also doing the same thing right now. As I said, these institutions are doing. Also, since we require massive scaling up, and on the other hand, if you see, the Western civilization is struggling in a different fashion. They have a faculty, they have resources, but they don't have students, or they don't have population, which can be educated. We are also leveraging on that by inviting them that you do it at a reasonable Indian cost. So foreign universities, if they happen to be in top 200, 300 in a QS or a global ranking, are being invited to set up their operations in India with a very simple, seamless, as well as smooth model, not going to hundreds of hoops or offices to clear. It actually takes today a simple regulation of UGC where they have to put in the application at UGC, and within 3 to 6 months your application is cleared or not cleared at all. University of Southampton has already set up a campus, and I think in 25 March or onward, they are going to offer programs. 2 universities have come into the city, Deakin and Wollongong. There are many more which are in pipeline, several Italian institutions, because earlier they were importing students from India. Today with German universities are importing students from India to stay afloat. They are all trying to create a beeline. That means they will bring their teachers here, educate them in India, and will be able to move our population forward in order to fulfill the dream of $30 trillion of the economy. These are the great opportunities which are happening in India right now. Today, the government or the UGC, AICT, etc. frameworks have become quite a smooth shops where you can walk and give your input and the policy gets modified accordingly so that institutions can benefit as well as our students can benefit. On the other hand, the globalization model we have also started, the internationalization model in a different fashion, that while you are coming here, we are also taking our brand to become global. 2 IITs have already set up. One in Zanzibar, the IIT Madras has a campus, and IIT Delhi has set up a campus in Abu Dhabi. IIT Madras also has recently set up a research center, not a campus but a research center in Dubai right now. IIM Ahmedabad is also setting up a branch campus in Dubai. Basically, our focus right now is the global south. This is our Indian tradition. When we grow, we don't believe in the greed or what drives the Western population, Western civilizations. Our civilization says, we grow along with you. And we are carrying that by global south along with us. So most of the institutes which we are reaching out are all going to be part of the global south. Our focus area in IIM Ahmedabad, Dubai branch campus will be Africa, Middle East and CIS countries, or what you call the breakaway republics of USSR. With that in mind, ISDSI-like conferences will continue to add value because now we can not only remain confined to the India or the Western educationists, but also bring in the global south on the same platform and same forum. With that, I wish ISDSI conference not only the very best, but also a longevity that it continues to flourish year after year. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your invaluable insights. Now, may I request the Honorable President, ISDSI and Director, IIM Nagpur, Dr. Bimraya Mitri, sir, please come forward and address the August gathering.
Very good morning, respected guest of honor, Professor Bharat Bhaskarji, Director IIM Ahmedabad, Conference Chair, Professor Chandan Chaudharyji, Senior Professor and Senior Associate Dean ISB, Secretary General ISDSI Dr. Ravi Kumar Jain, and all my distinguished colleagues sitting over here, including Dr. Mohammad Hussain ji, ISDSI Bangladesh President, and all the governing board members, distinguished invited guests, participants, and my dear students. First of all, I thank all of you for joining this conference here at PIBM. So if you look at I think Ramanji has talked about PIBM story since 2007. So ISDSI and PIBM both started in the year 2007. And the founding member of ISDSI, Dr. Natarajan is sitting here, who is the Associate Dean of Tennessee Tech. He was one of the three founding members to set up ISDSI in India. And Natarajan Saab, every year he comes and he advises, he mentors us. And the first conference was held at ASCI, Hyderabad. Then we did at IMT Ghaziabad. Third conference was at IIT Mumbai. And the fourth one was at MDI Gurgaon. Then we kept on doing, the next one went to ICFI Business School, Hyderabad. We did it in Great Lake and then ICFI Business School. Then the journey continued and it was done at Pune. Dr. Kedkar, who is the Vice President ISDSI Asia Pacific, so who organized in Pune. This is second time ISDSI is happening in Pune. And then we did it in Goa Institute of Management. From there, the journey of ISDSI continued. One, we did it in Nasik, in Maharashtra, and then we took this conference to Delhi, IMI, New Delhi, we did. And then we went to IIM Trichy, and from IIM Trichy, we did this conference at IIM Sambalpur. Then IIM Raipur, under the leadership of Professor Bharat Bhaskarji, who is who built the IIM Raipur, under his leadership, the conference happened. From there, we did the conference at IIM Nagpur. and it was done in Jagdish Seth School of Management, Bangalore. And the last year this conference was at IIM Ranchi, and this time this conference is happening here, the cultural capital of India, Pune, at PIBM Pune. So if you see the journey, but while, entire journey, there are interesting moments. We started with a small beginning, but 2015 onwards, ISDSI became more dynamic, and the first time in the entire Asia Pacific, one after the other, 3 vice president, elected vice president for entire Asia Pacific Decision Sciences Institute, Texas, they got elected one after the other every 2 years. 15, I was elected for entire Asia Pacific DSI as a vice president and board member of DSI Texas. Second, Dr. Ravi Kumar Jain and Dr. Khedkar, 19 to 21, he was the vice president and board member of DSI. So our membership was going on. When we reached the 50% of the DSI membership, then the DSI headquarters, Texas, they were afraid of India. If this is the growth of India in DSI, probably headquarters may shift from Texas to Delhi. And that is how the tussle happened, and finally we expelled the DSI and we became a global body. So that is how 2021 onwards, ISDSI became really a global body, and we have the presence in Australia, New Zealand, US, and entire Asia. So this is the journey, and we decided ISDSI, this conference, through conference, it is a great platform. The Indian professors working abroad, right from US, UK, Australia, New Zealand, this is the time they visit India, and this is the platform for Indian professors teaching in India and Indian professors teaching in abroad. This is a common platform. They come together, share their experience. That is one aspect. And second, now countries on the moment, and Professor Bharat Bhaskarji has rightly said, a country's development and movement, how countries taking a leadership role at global level. Now 26-27, India is going to hit the 5 trillion economy, and beating Japan and Germany, it is going to be the 3rd largest economy, and then there onwards, as a part of Viksit Bharat, India at 100, we are going to add every year or two 1 trillion economy, and we may touch 30 to 35. Some people have predicted 40 trillion economy when India at 100. So this is the kind of growth. So that is how ISDSI, one is to develop the ecosystem for the scholars, and yesterday there was a great research colloquium and discussion, and all the scholars basically trained many new scholars how to get into research, quality research and responsible research. Second one, from India to the world. This is the slogan of ISDSI. Now here onwards, India to the world is the movement, not only for the NEP 2020 as a gold standard. Our minister was, in his address, chief guest address, he told NEP is emerged as a standard. Apart from NEP, our Ministry of Skill and Entrepreneurship Development, lot of developments are happening. And a month ago, I was in Tokyo, Japan, talking to the biggest manufacturer of Japan and also biggest construction industry owner of Japan. They were telling that we have a huge shortage of manpower in the area of plumbing, construction, and even repairing kind of things. So then I said that, India can provide a skilled manpower. We can train them in Japanese language. And even they visited to IIM Nagpur. We said that we will arrange the training for them, and skilled manpower we will send to Japan. So today, entire world, Japan is the aging nation. US, UK, Canada, they are all aging nations. They are living in the history. Now it is the time for India to create the history, and 21st century belongs to India. So that is where the ISDSI Global is going to make a mark, and I am sure the Ramanpreet ji, the founder, as well as Executive Director of PIBM Pune, under his dynamic leadership, this institute 2007 onwards, he has taken it to this level. And not only is dynamic, he is also involved in various activities at the, whether it is a minority institution member as well as NSDC, he is a member. So number of areas he is working. Country needs many such dynamic leaders. And I am sure this ISDSI, the kind of ecosystem it creates, it is going to help a lot. When it comes to the title of this conference, the Navigating the AI Frontier in Business, Balancing Economy, Ecology and Inclusion. So AI, I think Professor Bharat Bhaskar ji talked a lot about AI and it is his area of specialization, he is a specialist in this area. But you know that AI actually, the term was coined in 1956. It took almost 50 years to come to the practical application and life, and today nobody can live without AI. But to come to this level, it took 50 years to transform in different levels. So today we call about AI, generative AI, and maybe probably our MBA, I think as Bharatji rightly said, LLM is going to make a magic. And probably per person cost, I think I was talking to somebody, he was telling $7 to $8. And probably we develop our own in India. One of the entrepreneur who is a medical doctor, he is working on that. He has his own setup in Harvard, IIT Mumbai, Japan and Bangalore. He was telling, I am going to make it affordable for such a big country like India, $0.5 per person, and we are also going to disrupt Google. Probably we never thought about Google is going to remain forever, but he said very soon I can disrupt the Google. So instead of consuming the technology, now India is going to be the producers of technology. So that is the important aspect. We have to see that because we are moving from industrial era to intelligence era. So intelligence era means everything is intangible and we are getting the best of the best results. So this ISDSI platform, so coming 3 days, the number of discussions, deliberations and also the intellectual interaction, and I am sure we'll get a lot of insights and also a new way of working, and also we keep the tradition in mind while focusing on technology. You should not forget the tradition. Tradition with technology, how to carry forward, because tradition is extremely important. We can't alone focus on technology. The marriage of tradition technology is going to be important, and therefore NEP 2020 we focus on IKS, Indian Knowledge System. So without basically neglecting the tradition, we should be focusing on technology, and a combination of these two taking India to the next orbit. I wish a grand success of ISDSI Global 2024 for all the organizing committee and particularly PIBM and the chairperson of the conference from PIBM, Rajeshri Pillai, and under the dynamic leadership of Professor Chandan Chaudhary ji as a conference chair. And thank you very much for patient hearing and wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir, for such a motivating and informative address. Moving on, may I request the Secretary General of ISDSI and Founding Director, Sparsh Business School, Dr. Ravi Jain, to kindly take the stage and address the waiting audience. Please, sir.
Thank you so much. Good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais, all the researchers who have come all the way here from different parts of the country, and I'm told 20 countries across the world are participating in this conference. students of PIBM, faculty members, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the entire family of ISDSI, let me extend a warm welcome to all of you to this 18th ISDSI Global Conference. And in fact, 7th after we expelled DSI from DSI. This is what only Professor Mehta can do it. They say the impact should be felt from India for the world. The very genesis of ISDSI, is rooted in one simple thought. I remember the discussion we had and the briefing that Dr. Mehta gave almost a decade and a half is, this should be a democratic platform that fosters research as culture among Indian faculty members and researchers and facilitate high-impact research outcome by providing this platform where the sangam of seasoned researchers should happen with aspiring researchers. And with that single point agenda, 18 years of service, in fact, he would say every year, even if 5 new individuals get affected or their lives get changed because of this platform, then ISDSI is successful. So his parameters of success and failures are also very interesting. And he keeps motivating us. And he says, it has to be the platform, a global platform from India for the world. And I'm happy that today as we sit here at PIBM team under the leadership of Rashmi Pillai has done this with 20 countries participating and 5 international institutions partnering in this conference. This conference has always seen international footprints. Sir, Bharat sir, we are taking a message from you that hereafter, maybe next year when we go to, we'll be formally announcing it on 29. We will ensure that we will have more inclusion of countries from the global south. And the champions of next year are already sitting in the audience and they are here as observers. Pune, in fact, this is the second conference in Pune city. And in fact, Pune city has a magic. Last time when we did, 2016, sir? 2016? Sir? 14. 10 years ago, he has created a record of that time. And I am happy to share that 10 years after the first conference in Pune, you have created a record, Professor Rashmi Pillai and Team PIBM. Big compliments to you. Thank you so much. The entire program, I'm sure you must have seen the program structure for the next 3 days. In fact, including yesterday, a 4 days program. Yesterday, I am told, more than 85 scholars presented their scholastic work, their PhD thesis-based papers and thesis from across 50 institutions. And here, 400 institutions are going to participate in the next few days. I am sure you will enjoy the deliberations. If you look at the schedule, 7 power-packed panels by speakers, distinguished speakers from across the country and from abroad. So I wish all of you all a great time, an intellectually stimulating environment in the next 3 days, and have great time at PIBM. And I also understand PIBM has a distinction of great hospitality. Thank you so much once again and welcome you all on behalf of ISDSI. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening the audience with your address. Now, may I request Honorable ISDSI Chair 2024 and Professor, Indian School of Business, Dr. Chandan Chaudhary for his address. Please take the stage, sir.
I must tell you that this event is very, very special. ISDSI Global event. This is my fifth year that I'm attending. And what Professor Vaskar spoke today, if you give it to an AI engine, all the input you gave, I think it can generate a fantastic bestseller book. You had Professor Matri telling a story about ISDSI Global. I think that can become really very interesting as to how India can play a very, very global role. You had Professor Ravi talking about, how the conference has evolved. I know in the background kind of work that Dr. Rajeshri has been doing, her colleagues, and obviously Dr. Ramanpreet Singh, the founder of this university. I want to just focus on one thing. How did we conceive this theme? And I know Professor Matri, Professor Ravi, and me, we had a lot of discussion. We thought of some maybe 40 different themes. And finally, we looked at some data. We saw that robots and artificial intelligence studies show that going to make India's maybe 69% of the workforce at risk. Even countries like China probably have 77% of the workforce at risk of losing job. Even US might lose around 47% of the workforce, might lose the job because of artificial intelligence and robots. So we said ourselves, in any case, we must have in our theme artificial intelligence as one of the key words. We said it will be important to understand how artificial intelligence is going to make an impact as far as business is concerned, and how businesses should undertake the journey of implementing artificial intelligence. And while we do so, we also know that growth is there, productivity is enhanced because of robots, because of automation, because of artificial intelligence and machine learning. But at the same time, we also know that workforce is at risk. In fact, some of our own study shows that while a lot of people are going to lose their job, you might have about 36.9% of the job roles that don't exist today. And these job roles are going to be a mix of human and artificial intelligence collaborating together. And we need to prepare our workforce for that. So we realized it will be extremely important to understand that how do we balance growth with, at the same time, ensuring that the growth is sustainable and we do not forget about the environment. So we thought that it will be important to bring in the word ecology and not just economy. Then we looked at what has been happening with the workforce. If you look at women globally, percentage of women who participate in the workforce, that percentage has been declining. Even in India, from 2005 to 2020, it reduced from 31.5% to about 20%. Good news is, during the last 3 years, it has significantly improved. But at a global level, and also in India, percentage of women workforce has been a problem. And studies show that women are going to be more adversely impacted than men as far as losing job is concerned because of AI and because of artificial intelligence and robots. So inclusive growth is also going to be an important aspect. So therefore, the theme of this conference is navigating the AI frontier in business, balancing economy, ecology, and inclusion. Thank you very much. I think it has been an exciting journey, and I'm sure you all would find this event a great, exciting experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. And now for the vote of thanks, I would like to invite Dr. Purnima Sherawat, Faculty HR and Head I2AC, Pune Institute of Business Management, to deliver a vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. What a wonderful opening ceremony of ISDSI-G Conference. I would like to add few points what has been discussed here. As our chairman sir addressed about AI use in the future education. He spoke about experiential learning with IRC centers, SME centers and adoption of AI in different sectors. Whereas our chief guest sir spoke about AI in education, NEP as a roadmap for Indian education, experiential learning and sustainable growth of education. Sir spoke about few government initiatives which supports AI in education, naming a few such as Prime Minister E-Vidya program, says AI as a powerful enabler, Atal initiative with innovation centers, use of AI tools under Bhashini initiative. Sir spoke about ethics and use of AI. Now, Bharat sir spoke about, enlightened us with the journey of adoption of technology in different functions since starting and its impact on the economy. Sir spoke about how India used technology during COVID and succeeded. Sir focused the use of LMS in education and its importance in Indian education sector. Sir focused on the training of faculties and enhancing their capabilities for better future. Sir focused on blended MBA programs. Whereas Mehri sir enlightened us with the journey of ISDSI Global and its global presence. How technology should be used with our basics and traditions. I come to Dr. Ravi Jain sir. He has shared about ISDSI and successful moving forward. Dr. Chandan Chaudhary sir shared the vision behind starting ISDSI and sustainable growth with better environment. The event has witnessed a newfound energy because of your presence among us, and we express our sincere gratitude to you all for taking time and gracing us with your words and your presence. I am sure with today's panel discussions, presenters, our faculty members, our students will learn a lot. Thank you once again, everyone. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this we have come to the end of the inauguration ceremony. Now we will break for a high tea and we will sharply join at 12 o'clock for the panel discussion, for the directors' panel discussion. Thank you, sir. May I request all dignitaries on the stage, of the stage, participants and presenters to take a 10-minute break, and we will rejoin shortly at 12 o'clock for the directors' panel discussion. And the topic for the discussion would be management education in the age of AI, imperatives for business schools.
Dr. Vishal Talwar, Director, Institute of Management Technology, IMT Ghaziabad.
And to moderate the session, we would like to welcome a distinguished entrepreneur and a thought leader in media education. He's not only the founder of MBAuniverse.com, India's leading MBA portal, but also serves as a convener of the Indian Management Conclave, the nation's premier MBA education conference and awards platform. So, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Dr. Amit Agnihotri, founder, MBA Universe, to the 18th ISDSI conference to moderate the session. And before we start with the directors panel discussion, may I invite Dr. Rajashri Pillai ma'am to felicitate our esteemed guests. Can I request Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh, Director, IIM Trichy, to please come forward? Yes, ma'am. Yes. Next, can I invite Dr. Umakant Das, Director, II, Institute of Rural Management, Anand, to please come forward for his felicitation ceremony.
I was director till end of November, so I'm ex-director. So okay.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please take the seat. I would now like to call upon Dr. Vishal Talwar, Institute of Management Technology, Ghaziabad, to please step ahead for felicitation. Thank you, sir.
And may I request Rajashri ma'am to kindly be on stage and felicitate our moderator for the session, Dr. Amit Agnihotri, sir. And before we commence our panel discussion on the management education in the age of AI, imperatives for B School, we would like to thank our sponsors for the 18th ISDSI Global Conference. We would like to extend our sincere gratitude to Amul, Sesim, and special mention to Patton, who we are proud to partner with for this prestigious event, a reflection of Patton's dedication to fostering innovation and academic excellence. Now, may I request Dr. Amit Agnihotri, founder, MBAuniverse.com, to moderate this expert panel discussion. And this session is also powered by MBA Universe.
also want to see the presentation.
So we'll have the smart screen. Please turn the smart screen towards the screen.
No, this is fine.
Yes, that is fine.
Which mic do you want to use?
Any, sir, whatever you think.
This is working.
This is working? Very good, sir. All the best, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished panel members, very senior management academics in the front row, many distinguished researchers with us, and of course the students. We've got about 60 minutes, I'm told by the organizers. If we exceed this, we will not get a lunch. That's what they also want me. So we'll stick to 60 minutes. And to start the discussion on this very important I've got a few slides which are visible to the panel members from here, and everyone, of course, can see on the wings. Management education in the age of AI, imperatives for B schools. So that's the topic today. And let me start with a breaking news, since I was introduced also as a media entrepreneur. The breaking news is something that will impact progressively all of us. I don't know how many of you know this fact, that AICTE has declared 2025 as the year of artificial intelligence. And the line in the bold says all institutions have to submit AI implementation plan by December 31st, 2024. So if you've not prepared your AI implementation plan, this is a session you should be watching very carefully, because we will give you all the inputs which you can take back and prepare your AI implementation plan. Right? So this will give you an input on a very important area. All institutions have to submit AI implementation plan according to AICTE, and I'm told UGC will also roll out something similar, where they have to develop how they plan to implement AI in their curriculum development, faculty, AI infrastructure, and industry collaboration. So this panel is not an academic panel. This panel is actually a very practical panel. So I want to thank the organizers for choosing a very important topic. The other reason why I'm very passionate about this topic is this slide. So when you ask AI, ChatGPT, one of the AI model, which are the most trustworthy MBA rankings in India, these are the three responses that come. NIRF, Financial Times London, and yours truly, MBAuniverse.com. This is a real response. If you search on ChatGPT, as of yesterday, the top 3 most credible, most trustworthy rankings in India are these, right? So this topic becomes even more passionate, even more important for all of us. Okay. So with this background, let's get the discussion going. It's going to be a serious discussion. We've got 4 very distinguished, very senior academics here, directors. We've also got Dr. Bharat Bhaskar sir here, Dr. Chaturvedi there, and several others, and I will take the liberty to draw from your insights as well. These are the quick bullet points that we'll try and cover in 60 minutes. First point is, very briefly, we'll touch upon how AI is revolutionizing all the aspects of management as a discipline or as practice: marketing, finance, HR, operations. If AI is revolutionizing all the business functions, then how should business schools adapt so that we are able to produce talent which fits in naturally in the AI-driven workplace? And we'll look at, if time is there, a few quick global initiatives that we have looked at in this area, some very prominent, promising ones, and then, of course, we'll get into the panel discussion about how do we implement AI in our everyday process of running management education.
So a snapshot from economic survey, which says that AI is going to reshape future of work, boost productivity, but disrupt employment. All of us know it. I won't go too much into detail. AI in marketing, how is it being used? And I'm just reflecting on these areas so that all aspects, all the prominent marketing specialization, finance specialization, all types of management programs that we run get covered. Personalized product recommendation, targeted advertising, digital assistants. So these are all usage of AI which are now pretty old, 4, 5, 6, 7 years. AI in HR, automated recruitment. I'm told AI is being used to screen 95% of resumes, and they pick up on, they work on keywords, and only 5% of resumes actually go to the recruitment manager. So how do you train your AI engine so that you are able to recruit the right talent? Employee engagement, finance, fraud detection, algorithmic trading. These are all uses of AI which we are seeing. And if managers today and business leaders today are using AI in all these functions, what are the implications for management education? That's what we are going to talk about. In this context, the managerial competencies required from management graduates is changing. Industry is looking for talent which is proficient in AI, which has got the right analytical skills, and also there are some ethical dimensions which are emerging. So we'll talk briefly about that. I'll skip this slide for the lack of time, but there are lots of prominent initiatives which are being run. 3 we've listed here in the area of AI being used by prominent business schools like Columbia Business School and so on. So coming to the panel discussion, which I'm very excited to host, these are the areas that I want to focus on. The first, we will look at how do you rethink the learning goals of MBA program itself. Is there a need to reevaluate program learning goals? What is it that we are producing the talent for in the age of AI? How do we integrate AI in curriculum? And how do we then take it to learning, pedagogy, experiential learning, and so on and so forth? How do we leverage AI in administrative tasks? Can AI do grading for courses and curriculum, which all faculty do not like so much? What are the administrative tasks of a faculty or an academic administrator that AI can take over or partially contribute, and then other areas? So with these 4 or 5 areas, we will get the discussion going. And I'll keep this slide so that we have a reference point. And with this brief introduction, it's time for us to get into the panel discussion. So is the context set? Are you going to take notes so that your AI plan is ready by the end of the session? Right. Let me start with Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh, sir. How do you look at the whole topic of AI and management education? And if you could briefly touch upon these 3 or 4 areas, and then we will get the discussion going. Can we welcome him with a round of applause?
Thank you.
You will see a speech which will draw on Vedas, which will draw on Gita, which will draw on so many rich texts, and he will integrate it beautifully, all with AI, which is the latest hot technology. So from ancient wisdom to the cutting edge technology, Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh, sir. So would you like to come here?
Okay.
Or
time budget per round.
Time budget per round is 5 minutes. If you exceed, then lunch. AI for all, food for all. That's also important.
I have been made responsible for collective cause. Is it working? Not working. Okay. All right. So thank you very much. So issues are there before us and concerns are there and we have to address them. So first of all, when AI has come, artificial intelligence, it be academic institution or any institution, industry in the field of, let us say, banking or health or agriculture or defense, or consumer good or industrial good all need to cross through 3 stages. Number 1, AI literate. Number 2, AI educated. And number 3, AI wise. So we have to cross through these 3 stages. What I mean to say AI literate, that is easy to understand because we should know kakahara jisko kehte hain Hindi mein, kakha ya ABCD. Every organization has to actually get literate in AI, and because the focus of this panel discussion is on how MBA institution or academic institution on the whole should gear up for that, and that's why the literacy for AI for faculty first of all and then for students, because students are already a little advanced compared to traditional teachers like me, so literacy. Second one is education. AI educated institution, what does it mean? Does it mean that because I'm AI educated, I must propose, go for AI technology, go for AI tool, etc. And very surprisingly, the researchers in Indian context with respect to AI application in industry, it has been found that non-leader type, we can measure everything, non-leader type organization, their first emphasis is on technology. That is surprising. And a leader-like organization, they say technology is useful, but they tell technology, you please wait, you are in our scheme, but first of all, we'll actually paint the entire picture of planning, process, strategizing, and gearing up for the organization, gearing up the organization to be, let us say, have certain degree of maturity to use those technology amicably. Otherwise, technology only, in case of AI, without gearing up, for example, sowing the seed by farmer without making the soil a little bit loose will actually kill the seed also. Forget about getting the new crop. वो बीज था वो भी गया. So this is the trend. AI educated. So basically, it has been found that in Indian context, and there was a report also of IBM and IIM Ahmedabad combined, a report on how 130, that was a survey, sir, and out of this, how 4 types of companies are there, and how 4 types of approaches have to be there. These all are there. But there is a good news that in banking sector, basically, banking, financial sector institutions, the AI application is a little more satisfactory than other sector, but especially for my colleagues in field of marketing or let us say in the field of operations. There are certain concerns because our maturity level to apply in consumer goods sector and industry goods sector are not so encouraging till, but we have to cover up a lot of miles. From HR angle, lot of, let us say, personnel we will need who are AI educated. For example, if we take example of top 500 companies of country only, and I'm from HR area, there is scope for at least 10 lakh hours of training for them. Even only in the domain of 500 top companies in India. And we need about 35,000 AI trained personnel who are not basically data science experts in isolation or let us say leadership expert at the top level of management, but properly trained in AI, 35,000 personnel would be needed in the country within the next 3 to 5 years. And for that, the backdrop work, the backward integration has to be done by academic institution. And then AI-wise institution. That is important. AI-wise, because a tool, a very good tool, less sophisticated tool in the hand of one who is not trained is less dangerous, but more sophisticated tool in the hands of less prepared person, less trained or untrained is more dangerous. And that's why there are issues of AI ethics. There is issue of moronization, that what is AI? Your extended arm only. In Hindi grammar we studied कर्ता ने कर्म को करण से, पहले कर्ता पर जोर दीजिए, फिर कौन सा कर्म करना चाहिए उस पर जोर दीजिए. करण तो तीसरे नंबर पर आता है. Why we are talking always about करण first? What about कर्ता and what about कर्म? That is important. Moronization is another issue, that if everything is extended to others and others will create a scheme of things for me, then only I know how to eat in restaurant, but I do not know how to enter into the kitchen and make food there. What I'm saying, unless students in MBA colleges, they struggle to create, let us say, clarity, they will not be able to flourishing. If everything is on the platter in the restaurant, perhaps they will not progress. That's why AI wisdom, ये हमारे ऊपर depend करता है. I think I'm crossing the time. Thank you very much. I'll come in the second round if you give chance.
Right.
Thank you.
Our food is safe. So far, so good. Sir, before we move to the next speaker, which is Dr. Umakant Das, quick question. Is AI allowed in your institution during assessment? Can we visualize a scenario where AI is seen as an open book textbook? There was a concept of open book textbook. If managers have access to AI all the time, when they face a problem, should management students also have access to it during assessment?
I will just give a bullet point answer to it. Number one, in our examination, even in open book examination, AI is not allowed. Number two, in case of assignment, AI, we can't stop, it is allowed. But number three, because it is allowed, we are going to have a formal policy to punish that if you do misuse of AI, or ChatGPT, or let us say this generative AI, there would be punishment for that. That's why my concern is that every time helping and giving the cooked food by somebody else, you see, I have just a small thing, a question. Suppose one of us has read a book of 1200 pages, thick book, and you read thoroughly A to Z. You understood thoroughly. But can you come to the level of understanding of the author who has still 5,000 rough pages supporting and backing that 1,200 finished pages? That is my concern. So we are going for certain kind of policy where right kind of chastisement has to be there to misuse this ChatGPT. Thank you.
Wonderful, sir. So AI policy, we will come to this. How institutionals can frame and should frame an AI policy. What could be constituents of it? I think that can be a good takeaway from the session, which all of us, both at the leadership level as well as research level, can take home. Umakant sir, would you like to comment on all these three areas and briefly your overview about both conceptual as well as in what areas at IRMA, which is a great institution, you are using AI?
Thank you, Agnihotriji, and I also thank ISDSI for giving this opportunity. So, of course, if the opening batsman does well, then the subsequent batsman's role and responsibility becomes easier. So coming to this point about AI integration and the importance of AI, I think there is no looking back, or we have reached a stage where we see how are we, it should not be seen as a substitute, but it should be seen as how are we going to substantiate, use AI techniques and tools to improve the learning, improve the delivery, improve the efficiency and effectiveness of whatever we do. I think we have seen many phases and stages in the history, be it the microprocessors, inventions of the microprocessor, or the internet, age of internet, or mobile phone. So this is another phase which we are experiencing. And the way we have adapted to the previous things, so we will also, though there will be some resistance, people think that it is going to take away jobs, etc., etc. I think, again, in due course of time, this will remain as a kind of misnomer, and we will see the strength and the positive of AI integrating to all our activities. So as an academic institute, if I see, of course, I'm going to just highlight both as an academic institute and specifically as a institute which deals with rural management or rural economy. So certainly it improves the access, because be it the access, be it the affordability, or be the ability of the institution reaching out to the mass. But there are, of course, challenges, like as even Pavanji has pointed out, the loopholes or the loose ends of trying certain things which we are not master at. So those are, of course, we have to be careful. But as an institute, definitely with the introduction of the AI, we have to, it basically energizes or ignites our ability or helps us to multiply our expertise, etc. And I completely agree. Again, reading 1,200 pages book or a summary of the book, AI is going to give you the summary of the book, but here we have to see whether knowing everything is good or knowing something is good. So knowing nothing is good or knowing something is good. So that those are the, of course, when students are doing multiple things, because right now it's multitasking and people have less time to focus on or take a particular issue. So how AI will help them to integrate all those activities. Now, coming to, as an institute, as an academician, of course, there are many challenges, as you rightly pointed out. Can this be used for assessments, etc.? Of course, we are in the nascent phase, and we are also experimenting how the tools are going to be used to improve the learning, because definitely we can customize the pedagogy and the cases or the examples or the learning that we are giving to the students and help them better understand. There is definitely the strength of this particular AI. But then if people start misusing, that's, of course, it's not that everybody do misuse, right? 5%, 10% people, they will always do whatever you do, right? So therefore we need not worry about the 5, 10, 15, 20% of the student, but we should also see if 50, 70, 80% get benefited. That is more than what we expect from an intervention. Curriculum integration, definitely now the age-old curriculum, we have to revise, revisit, make up to date, because the students that we are producing or preparing, they should be future ready. So when the economy is thinking about 2047, we should also think about how the curriculum is going to help them to be ready, not only tomorrow, but also in the long term. They should not be obsolete by 2047. They should also still be relevant 2047 and beyond, right? So therefore, whatever they learn, that is going to remain with them forever. So therefore, the curriculum needs certainly a revision. And how are we going to make use of the tools and techniques available through AI so that the experience is going to be better and last longer. It's not that today you learn and tomorrow you forget, which generally we do in the trimester, semester system, learning and say de-learning. So it should not be just learning and de-learning. Retains a part of it so that it is going to help you in the future. And with the application of AI, the experiential learning becomes much easier. Sitting in the classroom, you can bring the experience of the industry, experience the rural economy, so that it becomes easier for them also to dirt their hand and learn more. So therefore, I think it's definitely a tool which is going to help all of us. And of course, now we have started using AI in all our day-to-day activities, whether it's a kid or adult or say old person. So everybody is using something related to AI. So I'm sure that we have adapted, and COVID-19 has given a best example and made us transforming people from those who were not using the mobile phones or internet, etc. Now we are well versed with using the mobile phones and internet, etc., etc. And certainly this AI is going to be a boom for the rural economy. Even the farmers started using the AIs, and how this AI is going to be used to improve their productivity, efficiency in the rural economy, and how to integrate the entire supply chain. Because the major problem in the rural economy was getting the appropriate price. So with the advancement of these technologies, they're able to link and started, learning how it will help them getting the appropriate prices. But the major challenge is how are we going to create awareness, because the flip side, the misuse is a major concern. I think I'll stop it here so that later we can take...
Great. Thank you. Great thoughts. Let me move to Dr. Vishal Talwar, who heads IMT Ghaziabad. And Dr. Vishal, you've looked at this area very closely, and your institution has also adopted various aspects. There are challenges, there are opportunities. So how do you look at this entire area? And let me just prepare ground for the next round, quick round we will have, where I would like to request all the panel members to share at least one example, if possible, ideally two, where it's being used in some aspect in their institution. That will be great, so that all of us can learn specific examples how it is being used and implemented. So with that, Dr. Vishal Talwar.
So thank you very much, Mr. Agnihotri. So I think if I ask the audience, which is largely students, how many of you use ChatGPT? Can you raise your hand? Everybody uses ChatGPT. So obviously, ChatGPT has become your exam surrogate in a way, information surrogate of sorts. At least earlier there was some need to know. Now what's obviously happened is that you've outsourced your need to know as well, right? But having said that, I don't think anybody in this system, educational system, anywhere in the world can possibly reverse time. I think we just have to tide over, and at the same time we just have to be able to ensure we're designing systems, or at least have a vision in place before we get into whether we use it for pedagogy, whether we use it for curriculum, whether we use it for assessment. I think, quite frankly, hand to heart, almost every institution in the country doesn't necessarily have a vision for how they want to use AI currently. There are institutions, like IMT, for example. We are doing certain training related to courses. For example, whether it's neuro-linguistic programming, whether it is teaching students more reflective courses such as AI and the economy, how do you handle large data, how do you analyze large data. But a lot of this is predominantly what I believe is a few things that we're trying to do from an incremental perspective, and this is the case with most business schools everywhere. What I would want the audience to think about more is how have we, in a sense, integrated the learner and the facilitator into our vision as far as AI is concerned. There's no doubt about the fact that AI is here to stay. It'll completely transform the landscape of higher education, or even school education. But quite frankly, do we have a vision in place which is around the human in the loop? Now, I'm not just saying the human as far as the student is concerned. We always tend to think about the student perspective, but it is also important to think about the faculty's perspective, right? There's a lot of things right now which are going, in a sense, in the ecosystem, but is the faculty in sync? Is the faculty able to think that AI, if it is used in any higher education system, is being used to facilitate and improve pedagogy and teaching rather than getting into more teacher-oriented control? So I think that's that issue right now. The level of trust has to obviously go up. The level of trust can only go up if there is a certain learning attached, right? Students are able to pick up much quicker the latest technologies. Are faculties or even the systems per se able to pick that up? A lot of development that happens in institutions is not necessarily, at the core. At the core, you need to have a strategy for AI. Of course, if I get into more some elements of how it could possibly be used, the biggest advantage of using certain technology within educational institutions is to be able to create personalized learning. Let's face it, learning needs have changed over a period of time. Different students have different learning needs, and at times if you ask the faculty about, hey, can you customize your learning approach to what the learner needs, obviously there are argumentations there in terms of, do we have the time, right? Do we have the space? Do we have a lot of deliverables there? And thus we're not able to customize the learning to the extent that we would like to customize the learning. So I think personalization is one. Look at big universities, right? You have big universities, you have big cohorts, wherein you have 20,000 students, 30,000 students, and everybody is a number. can we gravitate up from that orientation of everybody being a number to everybody being someone who has certain learner needs, and I need to take that person from A to B? Of course, there are different avenues. How do you improve the task of teaching, right? There's a lot of mundane, replicable orientations that teachers perform on a daily basis, or faculty performs on a daily basis. I'm sure such technology, it's a fact from different parts of the world, can be used to be able to remove a lot of mundane, whether that be assessment, formative for example, even summative for that matter. Understanding learner competencies, right? Now, understanding learner competencies is not just about teaching, it is also about the other elements of the value chain in the higher education system, whether that be student recruitment, whether that be, this whole idea of student outcomes related to placement. A lot of this can be utilized. You have people who are essentially looking at some aspect of the stack within the ecosystem, but nobody is necessarily looking at this as an integrated, which can affect the core. That's my 2 cents at this moment.
I think great inputs from Dr. Vishal Talwar. We should put our hands together. He's brought out a very important aspect which we must think when we want to look at AI, which is personalized learning. All learners are different. We still have a very cookie cutter approach. These are the courses. This is the tri-semester. And at the end of the 2 years, you will be taken through these courses, so many credits. But the learners are different, and how we can use the power of AI to enable a much more inclusive, personalized, tailor-made learning. So I think that's a great point, and if there are more examples in the room on that point, we will come back to that. Dr. Maitri, sir, as someone who's transformed many, many institutions, seen the era from pre-mobile telephony to mobile telephony to pre-search engine to post-search engine to pre-AI to now, during AI, if not post-AI. How do you look at this? Is this a transient phase? And with your wisdom, you can reflect. Someone was saying that this will also go away in a few years. Is this transient, or do you have a feeling that this is permanent and institutions must get ready, have a much more serious approach to developing a AI-driven management education or an MBA program? Sir.
Thank you very much, Amit. So just to build the context what Amit has, it is a very challenging question he has asked. And as a journalist and MBA inverse, I'm sure his job is to ask and, take out whatever you have, how much deep one can go. I think that is what the real question is all about. So I'll just bring the context. If you see, one of the studies says, 1920 there was a survey made to understand the life of the companies. And there that survey came out with the result that average life of the corporate or companies in the world, 98 years in 1920. 2015 again, similar kind of study was done. Then average life of the company came down to 18 years. From 98, it has come to 18 years. Now the question comes, business school students, those who are graduating, the company they are joining, say for example, you in front of you, many of you heard about Kodak and even Nokia and even Usha Fan, many companies in India also, they disappeared within no time. So today you are thinking of joining that company after graduating, whether this company will live for 10 years or 5 years or 15 years, that question now time has come to ask. That is one important question. And the second aspect, the AI is everywhere now, everybody talks about AI. Any conference, any gathering, even 2 persons coming together, the conversation will not end without AI. Everybody, whether we know it or not, as Pawanji rightly said, we may be illiterate in AI, but still we talk about AI. So this is a kind of world we are in. So, and the second aspect, if you see Indians working in America particularly, they are doing extremely well. Whether it is a Silicon Valley, more billionaires are Indians. Whether it is a business schools, all deans are headed by Indians. Our top 26 corporate, top 26 rank 1 to 26, they are all headed by Indians. Our students performing in university, they are all Indians. So this clearly speaks about Indians going abroad, they do wonderfully well than the Indians in India. So I just give one incident. 2015 I was in Virginia Tech. One of my friend, he was in Virginia, I stayed with him, Ravi introduced him. So I was there, he took me to the flat, there were 100 flats, he said 85 belongs to combined Andhra and 15 other Indians, and 5-bedroom kitchen. And 2 kilometers away, they are natives of American, in near the adjacent to flat side, low income group houses. So they were the natives of Americans. And he took me to the room, he showed this is the common place. Here Telugu teachers, we are brought from Andhra Pradesh, they are teaching Telugu. He shown to the another room, he told that here the Indian art and performance art and culture is taught, the Bharatanatyam, Kuchipudi, all those traditional Andhra, that culture has been imbibed into the students, and there is a Sanskrit teacher. So probably he said these people, if they would have been in Hyderabad or Vijayawada, they would not have studied Telugu, Sanskrit, and even some extent Bharatanatyam. But they are more adhering to the norms, culture and systems of India, being in America, and since a community is small in number, they are integrated, they are together, and also they don't fight each other when there is a majority, and then the disintegration comes. So that is how Indians in America, they are doing extremely well in all the front because they are carrying the Indian tradition to the West, and the tradition taking them to the best. And in India, we are, NEP, it has been mentioned, but we are, don't bother. Even when I was in Mauritius, they are, real India you can see in Mauritius than in India, because they follow all traditions, culture and rituals. I think now the time has come, even NEP also it is mentioned, IKS, Indian Knowledge System. So how to, the first question what, he is asking, now the time has come, we have to think of how to marry the tradition with technology. That is a need of an hour to stand up in the crowd, and that is going to be from India to the world. Tradition with technology. Number two, when we talk about, these changes, now today's skills have a self-life. So earlier, generation to generation, once you graduate, you need not to go to the college. Even there were no training for even PSUs. People used to retire, and generation to generation, people have worked in Tata, Birla companies. But today, a lifelong learning has become formula. Skills have a self-life, and very fast disruption, automation are happening. So this is also impacting on business school, what we are, currently we are working on that. Third important aspect is this technology, AI particularly, AI elevate the talent. Whatever the talent you have without AI, if you use AI, then your talent will move from here to there. AI and IoT, if you use together, then you will move from IoT to IOA, Internet of Ability. Your ability will go up. And the moment your confidence and courage comes because of ability, then you will become IOB, Internet of Behavior. Your behavior will be changing because you are more confident. And of course, some kind of arrogance also comes, I know everything. So that is a IOA to IoT to IOA and IOB. That is what the changes are going to happen. Now, keeping business schools, keeping all these things in mind, and also disruptions are happening, and companies' lives are coming down very drastically, and world well-known, 14, 15 Nokia was #1 company, 14 and 15, it disappeared. Same happened to Kodak, disrupted by Samsung. So this is and even one mobile has affected 59 jobs. One mobile. It is not only for, telephone or camera or many banking, many things you can use it. So this is the kind of fast disruptions are happening, and whatever the points raised by Amit ji, they are all relevant. There is a need for rethinking of our learning goals, because we have to change. Everything else is changing, means that also has to change. Second one, curriculum integration. AI, I think Bharat ji talked a great length about AI. AI is, LLM, I think, large learning language model. So LLM is going to make a magic, and now teachers are not required to teach. So it is the self-learning. Students and AI, they learn, only hand-holding mentoring is required from the professors. Their role will change from merely teaching to the coaching and mentoring kind of role they have to do. That change is going to happen, and it is going to happen. And when I was in Trichy 2019, once we have one kind of interaction with American professors, they were telling we are banning AI. AI will not be in our campus. This kind of decisions are not going to work out, and those decisions you may ban, but entire world will be using. So running away from the technology is not the solution. You should use the technology, and we should change ourselves. Therefore, professors now, they have to, as sir said, assignment or any chat GPT, you are using different answers. Why can't we he asked the faculty member, learn the AI and know what AI can't give the answer, such kind of questions we need to ask. We have to overcome the AI, and we have to ask the question, because AI is all based on the data. It is all historical data. Today's people say that the AI can give a better decision in normal court. People say that AI can be a better, lawyer and judge for routine cases. Even people say for election, based on the performance of the government, AI can elect the best government than the citizens. Based on they give agenda for 5 years, and it will analyze, and it will say which will be the best government. But these are some of the things will come into picture in future. So therefore, it is extremely important what extent we can take AI in MBA schools. And for that purpose, I think rightly Pawanji mentioned, and other two speakers mentioned, that AI policy has to be required. But at the same time, we have to ask the questions that AI answer. Immediately professors should make out this answer is given by AI, it is not your answer. I'll give one example which is not related to AI. I was part of Vajpayee's Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, and retired chief engineers, we used to take him as a quality monitors at the national quality monitors. In Rajasthan, one of the road, there were 3 tests, and based on that, A category, B category, and we used to reject the roads based on the 3 experiment. But one retired chief engineer was such an accomplished and capable person. He used to stand on the center of the road. Center of the road is elevated, the camber we call. So he used to stand on that, and only 3 times he used to do like this. And he used to say it is A category, B category, and it is to be rejected. And afterwards, people used to conduct the test. To fail him, he never failed. So that is a capability. And now the time has come, we have to build the capability to identify whether students have copied or taken from chat GPT or AI. That identifying talent we have to develop in the professors. And assessment also, how to use the tools and techniques, but AI cannot do. But today there are AI agents. I think Professor Bharatji may tell better. AI agents means to help the professors. If you say that AI, I want to collect the data of 65 million MSMEs in India, AI agent will collect the data for you, and you can use it for teaching in the classes. So how to make use of AI agents? Basically, we talk about professors training in AI. So how to make use of AI? You can hire the AI. We hire the vendors for many work, for procurement. Same way, AI agents are there. How to make use of AI agents? in business schools for various purposes. So this is how world is going to change. And one thing is, Amit, it is very clear, people are talking about singularity in 2040. So now today we are entering into the disruptive world. We have just started, but the disruption is going to be much faster than fast. Coming 5 years, what is going to come, nobody knows. 3 years down the line, what things are going to absolute, nobody knows. So this is a kind of world we are in. Therefore, experiential learning, building a philosophical mind, and therefore in NEP we have put humanities and arts, social science as a course to build the philosophical mind and how to master yourself to lead the unknown roles in unborn companies. That is going to happen due to phenomena-based learning. And that is what need up an hour. And today Finland is #1 in the world to teach PBM or phenomena-based learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Maitri, sir, has settled the debate. The age of AI is here. We have to embrace it. And if we don't embrace it, we are going to fall behind. So with this, in the next 10 minutes, we will go on to the next quick phase of this panel, where we are going to look for solutions. How institutions are adopting this, because if you do not adopt, Google it. Dr. Talwar showed me. A prominent university, private university, got sued in the court because they failed a student because the student used ChatGPT in the exam. So that court case is going on. So it's real. Whatever we are talking about is real. So how should we think, and this is where I like to invite Dr. Bharat Bhaskar sir. Sir, in the virtual, you are sitting virtually here. You are there, but the sofa, virtually you are sitting with us. We cannot leave without knowing your wisdom. How should conceptually, and this is one minute quick roundup, how should institutions be able to develop an AI policy? How should institutions think? Because today or tomorrow or day after, we have to have a policy. Without a policy, it will not going to work in the area of research, in the area of curriculum, in the area of assessment, and so on. So, sir, may I request you, I won't take any further seconds. We are going to listen to Dr. Bharat Bhaskar, Director of IIM Ahmedabad, who is going to be sharing, and he's an AI expert. So an AI expert talking about how management schools can actually implement this. So, sir, would you like to come here, sir?
AI policy as of now. I would only try simplifying it from the perspective. There are two perspectives to the AI. One is that the technology perspective. And when technology perspective in me arises, I see a vast change and vast impact in our life everywhere, and which you have begun to see already. Then there's a management education perspective, which is slightly different, because after all, in management education, it's all about decision making. It's all about creation of a leadership. AI, at least what you call, is only a very first phase. I'll give you an example of the search engine. Everybody talks about Google today. Search engines started in way back in '92. At least 10 to 12 well-known search engines came into being, and all of them died when you found the right solution called Google. Similarly, AI, lots and lots of experimentation is happening. We haven't found that right solution. Is the beginning of the revolution. Maybe a few years down the line, maybe a year or 2 years down the line, a right, concise model will come, and that will automate many of the what we call, Matisa was calling, and I think Vishal was also talking about routine decision making. So as far as routine decision making is concerned, now we can't wish that AI away. It will be part of our exams, it will be part of their curriculum, it has to become, because what AI is going to change is the workplace. Ultimately, technology makes all the workplaces completely transformed, and which is already happening. I need not elaborate on it. You can go to any of the modern factories. It's talking about customized production at a mass production rates. It is possible because of the flexible and nimble robots versus the hard-coded robots which used to be earlier. Now, once that comes in, how management education is impacted. I'm not going to talk about what my colleagues have already talked about greatly on the education, evaluation, etc. and so on. What is going to change is the complete curriculum and the way we approach. Now, what you teach in management is a situation. What happens in a factory, what happens in a workplace, you basically imbibe that and make that person or a management graduate or a student learn how a good manager would react from the past decisions, etc. and so on. In this case, we need to work very hard on working on the new case studies which are actually bringing what is happening in the industry to the classroom. So the biggest threat to me in management education is not how AI will be incorporated, how students will be able to cheat or not cheat, etc. and so on. Biggest threat right now is, are we working hard on bringing the modern workplace into our classroom by which they can learn decision making in today's environment. HR is going to be impacted because working with the robots and human beings together. One is a tireless person and another has all the human characteristics. If you look at the optimization, there's a flexible, nimble robot which can work 24 hours as long as the electricity charge is there in it. Human being will say, I need a shift, I need to have a break, etc. and so on. How you optimize that kind of environment. Then there are going to be customer requirements. The requirements itself will change because now there will be AI-driven requirement. So many times the negotiation may be happening between the parties, may not be two human beings with the human failings. There may be data-driven two AI agents negotiating in the price negotiation and variety of other negotiations which are happening. Now, we need to bring all that in a curriculum, and I don't see a whole lot happening in that frontier. So as a management educationist, we need to worry about that and let technologists worry about what technology changes will happen and how they will work on it.
Thank you, sir. So, Dr. Bharat Bhaskar has added a very important dimension. It's not so much about the operational issues like assessments and so on, but it's actually about what is perhaps the mission of a business school to teach management students about how to take better decisions in a real world scenario. So the dimensions that AI is bringing to all the different parts of management, marketing, finance, HR, etc., what are those dimensions and how should a manager actually think and take decision in that context? And that's what I think sir is talking about. And I think it's a very, very important cutting edge area of research, that how the practices which are getting implemented and impacted by AI, how should they be brought into the classroom in form of cases and so on, and enrich management education, because the managers that we are creating will face all those dilemmas very soon. So it's better to teach them, make them ready in the classroom itself, because when they go out in the world, they are having a awareness as well as the practical implications. So with that, I think very quick round, one minute each. Otherwise, I'm told chit has been sent. I don't need to open it. It says no food if you cross next 5 minutes. And with that warning, let me try and close the session in the next 5 minutes. We will start with Dr. Singh. 5 minutes. Your thought, and this is not about just I am Trichy. We are a gathering of education leaders. How should institutions think about creating an AI policy? Because sooner or later it will get created. Same question to all of us.
So certainly
60 seconds is the time that we have.
That's why bullet point answer has to be there. Point number one, as we debated 30 years back that ethics should be a separate paper as well as imbibed in all the subjects, so with AI.
Wow.
Point number two, that teachers are involved in 5 activities: assimilation of knowledge, dissemination of knowledge, creation of knowledge, implementation of knowledge, and evaluation of knowledge gathered by students. For the first 4 activities, let there be AI liberal policy. But for evaluation, there has to be certain restrictive policy. Point number 3, that in the classroom, when we discuss about the issues, and as we discuss that there has to be AI literacy across the functional area and all these things, But because it is the last round, I will not get chance. Especially, I would like to say for the students that at lower level of maturity, we know what should be done. But at higher level of maturity, we also know clearly what should not be done. That's why AI to be used only for the auspicious purpose. Ved Vyas said in Mahabharata, Urdhva bahu viromyasha, nacha kasyat shrunoti me. With upraised hands I am saying, please follow the ethical path, then the artha and dharma will automatically follow, but nobody is listening. Vyas was lamenting, nobody is listening. If I lament, I have no dissatisfaction. And that's why Akbar Allahabadi says, I will tell you. You see, what we say, that students should have knowledge, they should have skills, and they should have values. And Akbar Allahabadi said, that तालीम का शोर ऐसा, तहजीब के फूल इतने, तालीम का शोर ऐसा, तहजीब के फूल इतने, बरकत जो नहीं होती, नियत की खराबी है.
क्या बात, क्या बात, क्या बात. We will end the session with louder applause, so wait for 2 or 3 more minutes. We have some more gems coming. Dr. Maitri, sir.
Hello. I think AI policy is need of an hour, but this policy is not going to be a rigid policy. It will keep on changing. As Bharatji rightly said, a lot of changes are happening. Still, it has not yet matured. So the policy will be just a guideline, and it will be keep on changing. And as far as IIM Nagpur is concerned, we have set up AI R&D center in collaboration with Government of Maharashtra. And currently we are using AI for Ministry of Home, to catch the crimes and all those things without, following up and traveling and, even SDG goals and all. So using the AI, within no time they are using AI and catching the culprits for punishment and all. So that is how we are currently working. And the policy we have not yet done, but it is a need of an hour to work.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. AI policy is the need of hour. It has to be flexible and we should all work together. Dr. Das.
Yeah, I completely concur with what Professor Maitri told. It's definitely something which we have to do, if not today, tomorrow. And again, as an academic institutions, we have started integrating to our research, and people have started using AI for training and consultancy purposes, as with the Ministry of Rural Development, Panchayat Raj, etc., etc. But again, we have to come up with a policy that is going to strengthen the intent and content of the delivery of the courses, and it should help building the profile of the institutions and profile of the students, so that they are better prepared. And so in the process, we need to know what we should avoid. Right? On the one hand, we need to know how it can be used, but definitely we have to come up with policies, what we need to avoid while using the AI.
Talwar.
So I'll just very quickly mention that obviously a fair use policy will be important on all sides, all stakeholders, to be able to promote certain educational goals, but within the context of ensuring that privacy as well as academic integrity is protected. I think that should largely be the objective. But I think because we deal with the youth and we deal with a lot of learners who are obviously of a certain age, their voices as well as their strengths, right? AI can be used for both, we keep talking about punishment and stuff like that. Can we use it to be able to enhance the strengths of our students? And at the same time, to be able to do that, I think we'll have to be able to, get the students engaged in whatever policy we create. That's important. The second, the thing that I would really want educational institutions to, to remind themselves is that they need to embody the change. Nothing can come along as an incremental, especially when we talk about AI and its usage. A lot of us tend to bring in subjects or bring in some change without necessarily embodying that change. So, it's not just about what a student learns in the classroom. What he observes in those 2-3 years in an academic institution also matters a great deal, because then that propagates biases, it propagates legacies, it propagates the same way of doing things over a period of time. That's my 2-penny bit.
So we always knew that AI is right because it gave the right answer. You can see the right answer on the screen, and that's what is endorsed. We also know how you can now prepare an institutional development plan which you have to submit very shortly. In 60 minutes, I've solved these 2 problems for you. I also want to finally thank, this session needs no summarization, right? We all agree, we've learned the importance. We've also learned that we are at the cutting edge. We also know that we have to evolve. It has to be flexible. So we are, part of a process which is going to now evolve in the next 12 months to 18 months. I want to thank the organizers, Dr. Maitri, Dr. Ravi Jain, Raman Preet ji, for choosing this topic, which is a very important topic, need of the hour. And we've, I think, generated very useful insights. And if you agree, put your hands together. End of the session. Thank you. And if I can add, I've got 1 minute left. We started at 12:30. It is 1 minute to 1:30.
It was indeed a very comprehensive, eye-opening and educative session. Thank you, Mr. Agnihotri, for chairing the session so effectively and successfully. We thank all our dignitaries for enriching our knowledge and motivating us. Moving forward, I would now like to call upon Dr. B. Naresh for the vote of thanks. Please take the stage, sir.
So, very good afternoon to with your permission. I know, fortunately, we got an opportunity to meet Tapan Singhal, sir, who's the CEO of Bajaj Insurance. So, what happened 2 weeks before Sahab came and just started asking a question to our students, guys, why should we recruit a management student in today's world? Just justify an answer. So, sir picked up his mobile phone and then enabled a voice-based chat GPT and then started posting a question. Guys, you tell me. Now, I am here in front of young management graduates from PIBM in Pune. Now I want to address the crowd on so-and-so topic. Could you please generate a content? Within fraction of a second, they have generated a complete content and it started even delivering. So you want to change the voice modulation, male, female, whatsoever it is, it's done within few minutes. Then start suggest, okay, now tell me, now what question you guys want to ask? You go ahead. So then AI can answer anything and everything you wanted. Then what's the role of management student? That's what the discussion started with. So obviously students, they are curious mind. They started posting, sir, I can create a digital marketing content on a given context. So then said, okay, go ahead. What kind of content you want to develop? So because AI cannot make videos, AI cannot make advertisement. Then says, okay, I'm coming up with an insurance product for a pets. So I want to plan advertisement. Could you please go ahead? Then AI started listing out, okay, Indian people are more pet friendly, it's lovable, open a scenario on a beach, the guy is playing with the puppy, and then take it, the puppy was not well. So it's completely dictated what and how the advertisement has to be prepared, and there are a lot of tools available in the market, even I can convert that into a video format. Sir, again, one thing I understood in today's session, sir, obviously the session was so enlightening, there are a lot of knowledges I've shared, even it completely changed my perspective towards approaching AI. Obviously, as you said, AI is not something to be debated on boon or ban, we have to consider how the AI can be enabler for us in a long term in future. And the kind of insights shared across, the kind of data I've shared across in this last 1 hour, it was phenomenal and it adds a lot of insights. And sir, the entire conference for last, go for next 3-4 days. And yesterday's discussion also, we have our esteemed professor Rangappa Gunasegaran sir is here. He have told me the similar point in terms of research. Right, a lot of tech tools are coming in, what needs in the market, as the panel also acknowledges the same thing, creativity, innovation, new thought process in the mind, not depending more on the tool. So with this, I like once again take an opportunity to thank all the distinguished panel members who are on the dais now with us. So my special thanks to Maitri sir, Director IIM Nagpur, Pawan Kumar Singhal sir, Director IIM Trichy, Umakant sir, Director Institute of Rural Management, Vishal Talwar sir, Institute of Management, IMT Ghaziabad, and the moderator Amit sir. Thanks for valuable time, sir. And it was a great session. I like to have more such sessions upcoming. So I said, sir was on time. He said lunch is going to be delayed, but I said something. I'm full with my lunch with full of knowledges. So with this, I like to thank the organizing team
our entire, chair of ISDSI conference and the students for the patient participation in this entire conference. Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Before we leave, sir, we would request you for a group photograph. Group photograph, sir. Dr. Naresh, if you could please join them. Priya ma'am, if you could also, I'm so sorry, sir. Sorry, excuse me, sir. Sir. I did not notice Dr. Priya was also here. If we could have a group photograph, please, please, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Amit Agnihotri. I think our decision to make this panel powered by MBA Universe has paid good dividends. Thank you for that scintillating moderation. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now break for lunch break. May I request all dignitaries on and off the dais, all participants, presenters to kindly move to the designated lunch area. We will come back for the CEO's panel discussion at 2 o'clock. 2:15.
All are requested to kindly join back here for a CEO panel. We have 9 really trailblazing CEOs joining us for the next panel, led by Professor Chandan Chaudhary. So we'll see you all at 2:15.
noteworthy in various facets of business and technology. We are fortunate to have such dignitaries with us whose expertise will help us achieve just that. We'll first introduce our guests, followed by the felicitation ceremony. Our first guest, yes sir. With an impressive experience in organizations like NABARD, ACC Limited, IRMA, CII amongst others, he has reflected his leadership skills, garnering awards for the same as well. We warmly welcome Mr. Arun Raste, CEO, National Commodity and Derivatives Exchange, to be part of our panel discussion.
His passion for technology and commitment to transformative leadership make him an inspiring figure in the field of digital innovation. For the 18th ISDSI Global Conference, we have Mr. Kunal Mitra, Managing Director, PwC India. May I request sir to kindly take the dais.
As someone who is acquainted with both the tech world and academia, he holds the capabilities like no other when it comes to being a beacon of wisdom for students and industry pupils. We warmly welcome Mr. Deepak NG to be part of this panel discussion. Mr. Deepak is the Managing Director, The Salt Systems. Welcome, sir.
His educational base boasts of credibility and incomparable horizons, a perfect blend of technical world and the business world. We warmly welcome Dr. Umang Garg to be a part of this prestigious panel discussion. Mr. Umang Garg is the Managing Director of Nagaro. And our next honorable guest is an accomplished technology and business leader with over 2 decades of expertise in engineering, innovation, and people-centric leadership. Currently, he is serving as the General Manager, Managing Director, and Vice President of Engineering at Patent India. We warmly welcome Dr. Nilesh Beniwali to be a part of our 18th ISDSI Global Conference. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we have a person whose passion for creating sustainable, scalable solution underscores his dedication to making the planet a better place to live and thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Anirban Bhattacharya, co-founder of Amplo Global, to the 18th ISDSI Global Conference.
With over 23 years of diverse experience, he began his career in the fast-moving consumer goods sector, holding significant positions at renowned companies such as Cadbury, Procter & Gamble, and Reckitt Beckaiser across India and the Middle East. We welcome Mr. Vikas Chaturvedi to be part of our panel discussion. Please take the stage, sir.
Beyond his professional achievements, he is known for his approachable demeanor and dedication to mentoring the next generation of leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Shyam Govindan, MD, Public Sapient, to be a part of the 18th ISDSI Global Conference. Sir, I request you to please step on the dais. And to moderate the session, we have Dr. Chandan Chaudhary, Chair ISDSI and Professor ISB between us. I request you to take the dais as well. And now may I request our Honorable Chairman, Ramanpreet sir, to kindly take the dais and felicitate our guests.
Yeah.
First, may I request our Chairman, Ramanpreet sir, to felicitate Mr. Arun Raste, CEO, National Commodities and Derivatives Exchange. Mr. Arun Raste sir, I request you to kindly step forward. Sir, I request Mr. Arun Rasti sir to kindly be seated. May I call upon Mr. Kunal Mitra, Managing Director, PwC India, to please come forward. May I request our Honorable Chairman Raman sir to kindly felicitate Kunal sir. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Deepak NG, Managing Director at the Salt Systems, to kindly come forward, and may I request our Honorable Chairman Raman sir to kindly felicitate sir. Thank you, sir. I request sir to kindly remain on the dais, and may I request Mr. Santosh Kumar Suman sir, IAS and Director of Maharashtra Airport, all the airports in Maharashtra, to kindly come on the dais and take part in the felicitation ceremony along with Raman sir. And may I now call upon Mr. Umang Garg, Managing Director, Nagaru, to please come forward, and may I request Santosh sir to kindly felicitate Umang sir. May I request Mr. Nilesh Biniwali, Managing Director, Patent, to kindly come forward. I request Raman sir also to be a part of the photo shoot. Now may I request Mr. Anirban Bhattacharya to please come forward, and may I request Santosh sir to kindly felicitate Anirban sir. Now, may I request Mr. Vikas Chaturvedi, CEO, Zanadu Realty, to kindly come forward, and may I request Raman sir to kindly felicitate Vikas sir.
Yes.
Stop at 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock, okay. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
And now may I request Mr. Shyam Govindan, MD, Publicist Sapiens, to kindly come forward. May I request our Chairman Raman sir to kindly felicitate sir. Thank you, Raman sir. Thank you, Santosh sir. I request you to kindly be seated. Now that we have finally been acquainted with our dignitaries, let us start with our panel discussion on navigating AI's transformative potential, a CEO's perspective on growth and ecology. I would request Dr. Chandan Chaudhary, Sir, Dean ISB and Chair ISDSI to kindly moderate this session.
Yeah. Am I audible? Yeah. I can assure you, those of you who are sitting here and those of you connected virtually, that the people who are sitting here, they would really enable you to understand the practical perspective of how AI can help you in transforming businesses, society, and also probably improve the sustainability factor of our planet. So I'd like to start with Andy. Andy, I know you have been very, very passionate about platform, artificial intelligence, data. So we'd like to know from you, and it will be good each of you also give, when you talk, at least one example, such that there are a lot of people who do not have the practical perspective. By the end of the session, I want them to really get some real practical CEO perspective on the topic. So Andy, over to you on artificial intelligence, how it can impact, productivity,
Absolutely.
How it can be leveraged for ESG.
Absolutely. Thank you, Professor. The first topic that I will talk about is verticalization of AI. So I worked in a program with John Deere where the VP of supply chain came to me and said that, Andy, look, transform us from a tractor company to a technology company. Immediately, long story short, is we put sensors on the teeth of the tractor which tills the soil, goes to Edge Analytics and IBM Watson X, and the whole commercial model of go-to-market for a tractor now changes because there's a real-time analytics going on, a bit of AI going on, machine learning going on for 4 personas. John Deere itself to track the revenue, the Chamber of Commerce of Iowa and Illinois, the 2 states in the US, the Farmers Association of the US, and also other companies where John Deere partners with, like Monsanto, Bayer Crop Science, and others. So it's an example of a verticalization of AI data analytics. The second example I will give you, the ethical usage of AI. So Cliff Bar, they make athlete bars, high sugar content bars. So they used web crawling to make sure, web crawling is a technical term, where you will go and search your competition, how the manufacturing of the bars are happening. This led to, the way they did the web crawling, this led to a Mondelez acquisition. So Cliff Bar got acquired by Mondelez. It's a CPG company. The ethical part of this part is that web crawling is very good news and a bad news. You can be caught in plagiarism as well. The third example I give you is a sustainable part of the AI, where we have worked with a couple of hospitals and hotels and Microsoft, where we took the heat generation of the AI servers and really provide power systems to hotels locally in certain developing countries in Africa. So the heat coming out from the server due to the AI power, because it sucks a lot of energy, how you dissipate and makes it more sustainable. So verticalization, ethics, and reusability. That's my message to the ecosystem out here. Thank you.
Yeah, great. So maybe, I would now move to Arun, and I know you have done a lot of work in multiple sectors. If you can share your thoughts on human, AI, robots, all coming together, and what kind of impact do you see?
Thank you. So my question to people who are sitting on chairs, has anybody seen and used a typewriter any time? People who are on chairs, not on sofas. Anybody seen a typewriter and used it? No. Okay. Has anybody seen a PCO, public call office, booth? Some people. Right. So when I was young, when I was probably younger than what you are today, we used to have a machine called typewriter. And I think you would have sent mails, and there is a CC and there is a BCC. You have seen that when you send a mail, right? So there used to be a machine called typewriter where we used to type, and there used to be a carbon paper, and there used to be another paper where whatever you are typing on the first paper, it gets printed on the second one and the third one. So that was a copy and then back copy, right? But that machine was a staple for all the offices across the country. And aspirationally, somebody who was not good at studies, their parents used to say, okay, to typing seekh le, you will become a job of a typist. That used to be a job giver in all government offices, most of the offices, right? Over a period of last 30 years, and there was another job called shorthand. You know, whatever you speak, somebody will take that dictation. He or she will, there was a language. And, so P is just a line like this will be P, something of that kind. And people who knew shorthand and typewriting, they would become stenographers and secretaries. But over a period of last 30 years, all those jobs disappeared. Why? Because computers came in. When I was young, I used to have an alarm clock. When I was your age probably, I used to run, I used to have a pedometer. All those things have disappeared because of this. Your phone is alarm clock, phone is a pedometer, phone is many things into one, right? Now that is a disruptive force of technology, and AI is the biggest disruptive force which is coming into this world. Fortunately for me, I am ending my career, but for you guys, you will be beginning your career and a disruptor is coming to you, and you need to be aware of that. And why I am worried is a little bit worried, because people sitting on this side of the table, we see the balance sheets. We see AI as something which is giving us things faster, cheaper, and it makes things predictive. And therefore, we prefer AI to a human being. And when we prefer AI to a human being sitting on this side as CEOs, because we want to cut our costs, we want our balance sheets to look good, we want to give more dividends to our shareholders, people on the other side, they are losing some jobs. And I'll give you just one example. You know, what kind of jobs will disappear because of AI? Have you heard this whole BPO sector? It's one of the largest provider of jobs for somebody who is a BA or BCom. Because all you require is somebody, a good communication skills, adaptability in terms of accent, and you can be a Tom in US and sit in India and then answer calls from customers who are in US, right? You would have heard of all these international BPOs who are working here. All those jobs will disappear slowly for the simple reason that AI will take care of most of the activities which are being done by human beings. So for a country like India, where we have 140 crore people, losing jobs is not a social solution which AI should be giving us, right? And we should be afraid of AI for this reason that it will be taking away some jobs. But is it all bad? No. AI will be providing some new kinds of jobs. You know, because the interaction with machine is limited. Machine can only interact and give you results of data which has been given to it. But somebody has to interpret it, somebody has to make human intelligence out of it and put, you know, when we say 2 plus 2, it is not exactly 4 all the times. Sometimes it could be 5, sometimes it could be 22. So to make sense of that, we require humans. So we require supervisors who can interpret that data, and those will be jobs which will be available to you. The second thing, there will be some 11 or 12 industries which will be immediately impacted by, but positive impact. Again, if I talk about 140 crore people, if we see today we are self-sufficient in terms of our food security. But when our population goes to 160 or 170 crores, but because our land is finite, we can't attack China and take some land from China or Pakistan, we will need to grow more grains in this land only. AI is going to help us through predictive analysis of our crops, to yields, the weather pattern, and our farmers will make us self-sufficient. So hopefully, though AI with its disruptive influence will disrupt a lot of things, hopefully it will help also. Thank you so much.
Yeah, great. So, I think some very interesting insights. And what you mentioned right now, it reminds me a conversation I was having with one of the global directors of Unilever. She was telling, any job, if we are doing a job which you can write it down as a step-by-step procedure, then that job will not be there. It will be taken over by AI and you can do nothing about it, right? So I would like to ask Deepak. I know Deepak is, very passionate about virtualization, artificial intelligence. He has some very interesting idea that he was sharing before lunch. So over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Chandan. So first of all, virtualization or AI, why this need actually is arising? I mean, Arun talked about the typewriters. Similarly, it's all happening because of the generation. I'll give a simple example. When somebody used to buy a car or scooter, that used to be lifetime product which they used to buy and park it, wash it, and then keep it. Now today, the generation, as soon as they buy a car, invoice it, they'll be thinking, what will be my next car? Right? And this is making the OEMs crazy because they can't afford to release their products every 2 years once. And they have to release every year or every 6 months. And this will not happen if we work in a very conventional way. So that's the point actually. The AI, what AI is going to do is, it is going to take out some of the job or some of the activities which can be done through automation and improve your operation efficiency. So that means, on the other hand, reducing the non-value added activity and creating more jobs which every individual will be more valuable to the organization. Take R&D companies you can talk Tata, Mahindras. They used to have 200 engineers. Now they have 5,000 engineers. So that means the job has not vanished. But every single individual measured on how they are innovative in every single action what they do. So if they want to do, they can't go back to the drawing boards what they used to do earlier, right? That's where the virtual technology comes into picture. Now today, you must have heard about any product you take right from manufacturing, maybe it is automotive, aerospace, then you go to infrastructure, whether it is buildings or your solar parks, and in life science, whether it is human body, everywhere there is innovation happening, and the replica of every single product plus the process and the entire asset put together is called virtual twin. Now for example, just to give you an information, most of the organizations are thinking, how can I run my plant virtually? I may sit somewhere, COVID has taught us how to do work from home, but you can't run a plant sitting at home. But there may be a possibility that somebody has to operate your line sitting at home. Is it possible? The answer is yes. So those kind of simulations are done using virtual twin technology, where you have your entire virtual replica of the real world. So that means, if I have to take example of a car making company, you have market insights, you collect the data, and then you do your preliminary design, concept design, whether it is hand-drawn sketch or use some software applications. Then you give it for detailed design, then you give it to manufacturing, then you give it to your suppliers to get parts, then you give it to your marketing to sell. So how can I build every single component virtually? That means, if I have to know how many cars I'm going to sell, this part has to be integrated. So virtual twin of your asset, which is nothing but your machines, your building. Don't forget, when you're actually manufacturing, you've been asked saying that what kind of carbon footprint you're leaving. Not exactly from the product and material of what you design, but do you have sufficient solar panels to take care of your plant? So how can I link everything to my end product and then do my design and then give the outcome? So the whole exercise which you build virtually is called virtual twin, and this virtual twin will not only help in terms of helping you to innovate at every stage. Innovation is not only at the product level, right? Innovation is at how do you improve manufacturing, how do you make your suppliers to react faster, and then content, those content can be leveraged for your training and then handholding purpose as well. So virtual twin will help in doing your activities, and don't forget, it is also creating the data. Why data is important? You're going to hear from our colleagues on why AI is important. AI without data is nothing. So you have to start creating the data, and these virtual twins is nothing but the digital replica of what you have physically seeing, right? So then this information can be leveraged for your AI. So this is something which I wanted to keep you at a very high level on what virtual twin is all about.
Right, great. So, now we'll move to Kunal. And Kunal, we have done a lot of consulting, a lot of digital transformation. So we would like to know from you, this entire discussion that's happening around artificial intelligence and a transformation. So your perspective of what you really see happening.
Thank you. First of all, thanks Professor and thanks Institute to invite me in this August occasion. I think we all have been using the artificial intelligence in our capacity, even in the household home as well, right? I mean, when I look back home, my 5-year-old daughter, she refers ChatGPT to write some essay, right? So that's the actually power of one part of the AI. Of course, ChatGPT is just picked up and that is in the peak zone now. But then in the larger artificial intelligence, the way we are seeing it started with the core industries where you all have been using various kind of robots for several years, right? And while with time the modernization of robot has happened, now the biggest change what we are seeing into the service industry, right? You pick up any services while the people are delivering the services, as Arun was talking about, but then everywhere the threat is how can I do better than my previous day's job, right? And then since all of us have been mentioning it's a disruptive force, AI being a disruptive force. So if you all can correlate to, some of you correlate to your own studies in MBA, the business model, the core forces like be it the resource, be it processes, be it even the economic value creation, or be it the pricing, everywhere AI has attacked, right? So it has not attacked any single pillar, it has attacked the entire business model, and that's why every company in their own frontier is trying to shape up something new. And the way we are seeing is, of course, the core usage. ChatGPT is one of the things. Be it the mundane work, any repetitive work which can be optimized, the usage of ChatGPT or any other form of artificial intelligence has come up. Yesterday I was talking to one of the CHRO of a company, and they were modernizing their entire employee perspective within the company, right? And it's touching across 5,000 plus employees. One of the core aspects is, Kunal, how can I make my recruitment process faster? The same recruitment which used to happen, which is happen and which is going to happen, but how can I make it faster? How can I attract more talent to my company, right? And with all of those, especially the way GenAI is helping, it's awesome. Today no one writes a job description. Today no one, on top of the interviewer, even the sentiment analysis goes into the recruitment process, and there is a parallel recommendation that basis the interviewer feedback and basis the artificial intelligence recommendation, what's my holistic feedback coming to the system, and that's then getting processed for the further level of recommendation. So that's the kind of dramatic changes have come up. Of course, I can share some other example, but over to the other panelists and over to you, Professor.
Yeah, maybe we'll move to Nilesh now, and he brings in a lot of knowledge also from e-commerce industry. So your perspective of how do you see artificial intelligence impacting the way e-commerce is done?
Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much. Thanks everyone, thanks college for calling us out here. And I would like to thank every one of you sitting here so attentively. It's very difficult to do so after the lunch specifically. So thanks for that. Basically, I would like to talk about AI. And before I talk about AI, I'm going to share a quick experience of mine. Recently, I was traveling to headquarters, and my CTO has a Tesla there, and he was boasting about it. He was saying that it is AI enabled and all those things, and he said where to go, and Tesla really created everything, that this is where it would be traffic, you can go here, parking is available here, and everything was done by Tesla. And I said, why didn't you recognize where to go? Why you had to tell where to go? And he said, no, we'll still have to do that. And that is what AI is for you guys. it is not artificial intelligence, it is augmented intelligence. You still will have to take a lot of decisions. It's a tool for you to take those decisions in a better way. And that is what is AI. I generally don't refer to as artificial intelligence because whenever I use the word artificial, it really says it's not humanized. And in our company, so we are an e-commerce company, we sell in 60 different countries, and we have a huge data. And this data, we use it to personify every individual to whom we are selling to and use AI. I'll tell you how exactly we do. So as an e-commerce, we sell on multiple different market places like Amazon, Walmart. So let's assume professor is sitting on the Amazon and he wants to buy certain things. He goes and selects a certain thing, and let's say he wants to give it for your daughter as a gift. I'm assuming you have a daughter. Every lucky person has a daughter. So anyway, so basically he wants to buy something, and he buys, let's say, a gift which is of blue color or a black color. And if Amazon tells him that your daughter may love a blue color or a violet color, that would be much better. Or if he's buying something for his house, and if AI has pulled the data from some of the social media, his house color, and puts across that item in front of that wall, the person would be able to buy it in much better way. So basically we collect that data and we want to more personalize it to make a better experience of buying online. And this data, this is one of the most biggest differentiator for AI. AI is nothing but just a predictive engine. It is some algorithms. You have more accurate data, it is going to make you feel much better. It will give you far accurate answers. Otherwise, ChatGPT also does a lot of hallucination right now. It doesn't give you the exact answers. And one of the things that all of you as user of AI should be cognizant about, when is those engines hallucinating and when they are doing a right job. So we need to understand that when we use AI. So basically data in fact is a new oil. Earlier, everybody who had oil were rich people. Now everybody who has data is going to be a rich person. India has got highest numbers of data. Our company, we have got 300 trillion data points, and we really map those data points to give this kind of experience. In fact, with that kind of experience, we were also making a plan, our hiring plan for 2026, not 2025, 2026. And we said from Serbia, we will hire this many people, from India, this many people. And the last country that we talked was AI. We are treating AI as a country now, because we want to hire those many AI agents. And that is what is AI going to be. As he said, typewriters are gone. I am part of that generation of typewriters and before Google. But then, basically, decision-making still would be in humans. So unless and until you have an ability to take a decision, I think AI is not going to really replace you. That's one thing. One of the last things that I would like to tell you is, first time when I understood what AI is, how it works, how it captures the experience, and how it helps you out, I thought I would have loved my grandmother to educate AI and all the grandmothers in the world to educate AI, so when my son or a daughter is crying, I can go and get the exact answer. That is the way to humanize the technology. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, right? Well, I think, you gave some really interesting perspective. I would now like to request Shyam. Shyam, you have worked in multiple industries. You also bring in that consulting perspective. And this whole concept of human in the loop, if you throw some light.
Okay, a lot of interesting facts came out, but I would start with what Victor Hugo said. No force on earth can stop an idea whose time has come. And I owe it to Dr. Manmohan Singh, who passed away yesterday, but it's so pertinent here. Because we talked about typewriters, the evolution, we had horse to cars to everything. So this is bound to happen. There are no two ways that you can stop an innovation. So the only constant we all know is change, so it's for us to adapt. But I would want to put three perspectives in this. One is what is the, I'll rather call it why, what and how. Why is Every company has a vision. This is why we live for, we serve for, this is the purpose, this is what we are doing. This is the strategy, these are the markets I want to operate on, these are the customer segments I want to do, these are the product services, so on and so forth. And how is actually executing the strategy in terms of getting the right operating model, HR, tech, processes, the gadgets and so on and so forth, right? AI is affecting all the three. Let me start by saying that earlier as strategy consultant we used to do 5-year strategy, 10-year strategy, that used to be the norm. Now even we are not sure what should be the refresh cycle for a 3-year strategy with the way tech has been advancing, particularly AI. So it's also making everybody question who your competitors are, what is the purpose of your existence, whether this really is meaningful anymore going forward. So the existential questions come to organizations, particularly the people on this panel, in terms of what am I serving, what do I stand for. AI has accelerated that. From a customer standpoint, if you look at it, a lot of people talked about hyper-personalization. And Kunal, you also spoke about competitive advantage. The biggest strategy used to be what is my competitive positioning, competitive advantage, and so on. Currently, continuous innovation seems to be the only competitive advantage which is left. Because you take it, everybody is looking at data, trying to hyper-personalize, be it a banker, be it an e-commerce guide. We all hope that they don't become creepy and say something that you really don't want to hear from somebody. I hope the data laws in the country become useful. We talked about web crawling and all. I'm really worried. I know a company who tracks 1,400 attributes of every individual sitting in this room. 1,400 attributes based on what you do. So there is a lot going below the line here. So that entire competitive advantage and position on the strategy is completely changing. The third part is where, okay, this is all great, why I live and this is what I want to do. It's all executed so far by op model and people. That's where your question comes to. First, let's understand that machine learning, AI has been there for ages. It's not a new phenomenon. It has been used for decades right now. Let's be very clear. What has caught the attention of people is thanks to OpenAI, ChatGPT coming on probably September 2023 and so on. That's when this entire wave of knowledge among public that's going to come happen. But that also accelerated boardroom discussion. It really helped. So that the digital literacy and AI literacy among the CEOs, CXOs and board members started going up thanks to things like ChatGPT. So now, I'm not sure if there will be any CEO in this planet who can go to analyst report without uttering the word AI, Gen AI. So that's a given. I'm also not too sure that there will be any CEO who will go and say that jobs are at loss. They will not say that. Jobs are evolving. That's actually the fact. I can give an example from an evolving job framework to say that how do you actually do. So for example, you spoke about if anything is documented, that job is going to go away. Let's take finance professionals or chartered accountants for that matter. Will the role of a chartered accountant go away or a lawyer go away because everything is documented A, B, C, D, E? Definitely not. Till popcorns have flavors, you definitely need human in the loop, right? So having said that, there are 3 layers any job can be segregated: strategic, tactical, operational. The most, taking finance again as an example, operational, you just pass the voucher, make the payment. Those sort of operational jobs, AI is going to definitely eliminate. Tactical, definitely you will have human in the loop in terms of saying that cost reduction, what is the inventory, which are the areas I need to reduce, what are the levers I can use, how do I optimize my supply chain. It can throw a lot of speed in getting you to do that. But strategic, you still definitely need human in the place. I'll pause here, Professor.
Yeah, great. So, let's now get into a slightly different aspect, right? Umang, you have been doing consulting assignment, different sectors in different countries. So I want you to give some real specific examples of kind of projects that people are doing where they're leveraging AI to transform. So if you can give some specific examples, including how in your own organization you are leveraging AI. Please remember that very soon we'll open up this forum for question answer. So, and you must ensure you are able to think about a problem you believe worth solving, leveraging artificial intelligence. You will seldom get a forum like this with so many people with so much of practical experience. So I think this, even for the students, a great place to really gear up and think of what's going on in your mind. What is that question you want to ask? So Umang is going to tell you some real examples from real companies where they have probably leveraged artificial intelligence, and you must also tell in your own company what are you doing, right?
Sure. Hi, good afternoon. So maybe I start with the last part of the question, which is what we are doing as a company. So we are a 20,000 team member company located in 35 countries. We do about 1,800 projects a year. In the last 6 years, we've ensured that when we staff our projects, it's a zero-touch human. There is no human intervention when we staff our project. The entire staffing of the project is done by AI. It takes your skill set, it takes the nature of that project, it takes certain preferences that an employee may have given, it may take certain other parameters such as work permits, skill sets, rates, and so on and so forth, availability, and does the staffing of all those 1,800 projects a year. Zero touch human. What does that lead to? What used to take us weeks of work to staff projects, figure out who is available, who is not available, when is somebody going on leave, when is somebody not going on leave, is today done in a matter of minutes. Every morning, 9 a.m., we know which projects are starting, which projects are finishing. And we can predict 6 months in advance where I am going to be working and where some of my colleagues would be working 6 months in advance. Of course, AI is no magic. You need a lot of data for that. And you need to keep that data completely refreshed. So behind every AI story is a lot of data story. So another aspect of how we are transforming is we look at future of jobs, and I think some of my co-panelists mentioned, to be very different. But not only will the future of jobs be different, future of organizations are likely to be different. And we see a world where the role of what we today call as a boss gets redefined. So over the last 7 years, we've completely removed that role of a boss and made them into an operational guide. And every team member that we have, all 20,000 team members, have an assistant, which we call as Ginger. That assistant works on our laptops, on our phones. It tells us what we need to know. A lot of tasks that our boss would typically do. So for example, if I haven't filled an expense report, maybe an escalation would have gone to my boss in a previous years. Now it goes to that Ginger, the bot, and it sends me a notification saying, Umang, you haven't filled your expense report. Or as a business leader, if my business numbers are going up or going down, normally I would discuss it with my boss. I no longer have to. I just ask that bot to send that data to my operational guide if he or she wants to discuss. The whole concept of AI, and as ChatGPT was being mentioned earlier, is not just what you are fetching data, but also is how data is coming to you automatically without you having to ask for it. And that's something that we've been doing internally. Now, of course, we are a technology company. We do a lot of work with our clients. So AI in blue collar, helping in worker safety, computer vision, ensuring workers are wearing personal protection equipment when they are doing hazardous work. drones which are fetching data in real time, and models which are looking at their data, looking at pipelines, whether they are rusted, they need repairs, looking at construction sites of how much work is done. In farming, Professor Dash coming from IRMA, in farming, we are using AI, our clients are using AI to understand how crop diversification should happen, how pesticide should be sprayed. And these are all real examples that we are doing. One of my favorite examples is for a project that we did with a very large global company, which is one of the largest producers of chicken in the world. They wanted to improve farmer income. And how do you improve that? You reduce the mortality of the farmer, of the chickens that the farmers are rearing. Typically, you have mortality rates of 7 to 10%. And that's the amount of feed that the farmer gives to those chickens, which does not get into value for them. How is AI going to help you here? We recognize that by understanding the sounds of the chicken, and the chicken only makes 24 sounds, doesn't matter which part of the world they are born in. Out of those 24 sounds, you could see a pattern of sounds which would identify 7 to 10 days in advance that this flock of chickens is going to get sick. And if the farmer knows that they're going to get sick, they can start medication much earlier. So this is real work at ground level, improving life for people for whom a few dollars extra a month matter a whole deal. So fair bit of transformational work, Professor, on this. Back to you.
Right, great, yeah. So, we have Vikash. Initially, I thought we have two Vikash. So then it turned out that no, he is the real Vikash. And over to you, Vikash. I think we have not discussed much on real estate. It'll be good if you throw some light on artificial intelligence in the real estate sector.
So I come from an industry where actually the word real itself is part of the industry, and we are talking artificial intelligence here. Effectively whatever has been discussed by now, in a way, I am one of the consumers of that. I can't claim to be one of the techies, who's coming and flaunting my AI expertise. But let me start from, 2020, when the whole industry actually faced the existential threat of whether real estate will survive this lockdown and COVID. And in that industry where everything is experiential and physical manifestation of the project, a project is not seen by a consumer, the dream is being envisioned. And in that, my company was born out of a concept which was in the business of brands and strategy. For any other industry, if you build a good strategy and brand, then it is perpetual business. In real estate, if you have got a good brand and strategy, then your inventory will run out very soon. Which means you have to create brands continuously. Now, in that, nobody is going to come to your experience centers. So we have to rethink that two promises that we were making as a business was, brand and talent. And suddenly both are out of the picture because brand cannot be consumed as people cannot come to your sites. And people cannot engage as with a consumer. There are 4 or 5 people who are always observing in the experience center saying how this consumer is going to go. So we have to rethink, can the real estate business be done virtually? Now the one big constraint that comes in is it is across the screen. All those native understanding of knowing the consumer, suddenly went out of the window. Who is sitting with the consumer? Who is consuming your information? Are you able to create that experience that happens on the site? Wasn't there. So we treated cautiously, but I can say very happily, 3 years down the line, we actually have a full virtual business in the business of land, which is actually the most physical asset class being participated, where we do not engage with consumer physically. Nobody goes to our projects. We are a 2,500 crore business with some of the legendary landmarks. The concept of the business has now established onto that, let's say I'm sitting here with you, my consumer is sitting in Arunachal Pradesh, and my project is in Kanyakumari, and the transaction happening. online. That couldn't be imagined 2020. Could happen only because we could conjure up like 8 or 10 platforms together to say, I'll give a virtual experience. Now that forced us to rethink. So a company which was a human capital powerhouse is how we define Xanadu Realty in an asset-oriented business, asset-light company, to moving into a direction where we started to invest into generative AI, building our own platform. And someone spoke about smarter decisions. Actually, we are building a platform which is called Xanadu Decision Engine. And to give you its impact, so yes, it has not made any impact into the jobs that we had, but to put it in perspective, I think we are looking at a mantra of more from less, or much more from the same. So this year we have actually doubled our profits, and only first generation of our product has been launched yet. The second gen and third gen, which is in works right now, is still there. It works on the consumer intelligence based on the conversational AI. It is available in all our local languages, and understands English also, Marathi plus English also, Kannada plus English also. We work very closely with Microsoft in that. But the fact of the matter is, like you said, sir, if it is a process, yes, it could be copied. But the act of doing business, act of making decisions is still a very important part of doing business. So for a startup which originated as a disruptor in the real estate industry, actually AI and ML is changing the way we were looking at business completely. But it is not reducing any jobs, it's actually increasing our business big time. 95% at least of our secret sauce, which was the USP of the business, is modularized now, and which is where the expansion has become easier. Opening new cities has become easier for us. And fundamentally, because our business is the business of someone else, our client is a developer, we solve the business of a developer through a consumer. Adoption of technology doesn't happen at the place of work because there the technology is of a client. So how do we adopt it inside so that we become a better service to our client is actually where all the work is going on at this point in time. Absolutely, the investment into the training, the learning, and the evolution of employees actually to do much more than what they were doing a year back is a very important part. But I think the big question that faces at least me is also, what are the right questions? There are a lot of experts who are available these days say, I am the expert of AI. But the fact of the matter is our business is unique. And when I'm talking to some of them, you sometimes feel that, oh, formula number 440 chipkate hain. So you have to ask them, do you understand this business to give a solution? Or work with me as a partner to understand and then say, okay, I can have a solution or maybe not. So that is a very large work, but that is a significant area of investment for us on time, money and resources in every form, which is why our investment into recruiting from campuses has gone up much more. We have started to go to institutes of technologies, IITs. We were going into business institutes earlier, but we realized last year larger recruitment has happened into the technology. Because again, off-the-shelf buying in of the technology may not be the solution for us. So a lot has changed for us. But I think I would say we are still the student of this.
Right, great. So now what we're going to do is, I want to tell you some real number, just to provoke you. Before you open the floor for question answer, I will need the help of the organizers. You must have mic. But let me give you some numbers. First of all, I must compliment Dr. Raman Preet. In the morning you spoke about how did you design the curriculum, right? I want to be a little bit honest with you to tell you that what dilemma we are going through as academicians. Earlier, we will pick up a case from Harvard, published in Harvard, and give it to the students, and there will be teaching notes. The teaching notes will have everything. It will tell you, go to the classroom, first 5 minutes, tell the students this, next 10 minutes, do this, then 5 minutes you do this. So as a professor, we knew the script of the drama. All that we had to do is, well, we had to have knowledge, but we got to be good in doing drama. We go to the classroom, questions we ask, answer is known to us, not known to the students. Now what's happening with all this artificial intelligence platform You can feed the case, a student can feed the case into the AI platform. AI platform gives the answer to the students. So if I run a standard case in the classroom, it is no more an exciting thing for the students. So for academicians like me, life has become difficult. Let me give you one more example. I was interacting with the CX, one of the chief executive officer. I asked them, what's going on in your company? What's the latest? They said that we are working on cognitive data. Ask him a little more elaborate. He said, well, what I have decided, earlier we had automation, artificial intelligence. It is to give us a lot of advice, a lot of insights, and as human we will take decisions. Now the machine itself will take decisions. I recently went to a factory which is in our country at Greater Noida. Now in that factory, as I moved around, everywhere there were robots. So you have robots manufacturing robots, robots designing robots, and that environment is totally different. Now I was a little bit irritated seeing so many robots, less of human. So one of the robots that was coming, I just stood in front of it, then it stopped. Then I moved on and again came, it stopped. And then it speaks, can I give it space? So the robots, artificial intelligence, they are becoming more and more, more and more intelligent. And you need to just Google, right? What percentage of students today are getting placed in companies? Ask question. Top IITs, percentage of students placed, trend. Ask question. Top business schools, percentage of students placed by day one or day zero. You'll find that the picture is not that gloomy. I'm telling this to the students, you need to really, really work hard, and you got to know how to do innovation. That's going to be very, very important. So the floor is open for question. Who got a question? Can somebody get a mic there? Yeah. So first there, second here, okay? First the last. Can somebody, you are having a mic, okay? And then just be ready for, yeah? Okay, please go ahead. Can you go ahead the first question? Please feel free to answer. Whoever think you have the best insight to share, please volunteer. Can you go ahead? Who is going ahead? Yeah. Take the mic close to your mouth. Yeah.
A very warm greeting to dear panel. So I have one question. With the evolving with the AI in the business, how do you see AI with ethics in coming generation where we can't even think of business without AI?
So is the question clear? Can you just articulate the question again?
Yeah. How do you see AI with ethics in coming business generation where we can't even think without AI in business?
Okay. Who would like to take it?
Okay. I'll give a shot first. So I talked about ethics as a pillar, right? So AI, I think the theme is very consistent here that it's augmented intelligence before it's artificial intelligence. So there will be a human centricity to it. The thing is, I give an example of Mondelez and Cliff Bar, how the acquisition happened by Mondelez. So Cliff Bar was, the IT team of Cliff Bar was doing web crawling. Web crawling is an AI problems solution. So, and Cliff Bar has athlete bars. Mondelez also has athlete bars, like edible bars. So the M&A of Mondelez actually finally found out that Cliff Bar is interested to be bought, right? So the head of M&A for Mondelez actually asked this person that should they go and really acquire Cliff Bar or not, because it came through a web crawling. So there's a dilemma, right? It's a dilemma to acquire Cliff Bar, though they are connected at the Wall Street level, but it's a serious business problem in M&A. When you're using web crawling and you're deciding to acquire a company, but they are in competition, how do you decide that? So this is a problem that we would see when AI is smarter than the human brain sometimes. You have to be a better leader. So that's where reskilling comes into play.
decisions that you have taken without AI, were you more ethical at that time? Or you're taking a decision with AI and you're less ethical this time? So you have to place that game theory in your mind. So that will be my rhetoric to the question. Anybody else want to answer?
Okay, so maybe, we'll take a couple of others can volunteer. You'd like to add something to that?
Use of AI as ethical.
Okay.
See, that's a big area. Almost researchers, academicians, regulators, everybody is trying to work on. Because if you are going to build a bias inside a model and it becomes a black box, nobody can understand why it is deciding what is it deciding. Classic example, you go to any banker, ask the accounting entry, nobody will know after the automation happened. Similar is the worry when it is going to happen from an AI standpoint. So building transparency to the AI, understanding the biases model is an essential element, and having human in the loop, that's going to be the mantra for few years till now, till Professor what you talked of cognitive decisioning and automative decisioning happens. Lower level decisions can be there, but anything which has an impact on the emotional level or ethical level, you still definitely need a human in there.
Correct, good. So what we'll do, we'll take 3-4 questions together, then we decide how do we, distribute. So maybe, Meher, you had a question. Can one mic be there? And you can go ahead, yeah. Who got a mic? You got to grab a mic. You got a mic?
Yeah,
then
shall I
you
proceed?
can talk. Yeah. And you can be short, but just focus on the question.
Sure. Greetings of the day to all the distinguished judges. My simple questions are this. As Deepak sir, Nilay sir and Vikas sir told about the statistics of the data, the abundance of data that we possess. We as a student, what do you, being a CEO, thinks of because we being the future employee probably at your firm, what do you think this freshers should learn about AI, and what are your perspectives on it? Thank you.
Okay, so let's take a few questions first. So your question is what do they think what you should learn?
Yes, as a student perspective.
As student, okay. Meher, yeah.
So good afternoon all. My question is related to implementation of AI and change management. So it's about value chain. Whenever you are going to any of the customer or any implementing an AI into your own company, the problem is that there are silos, there are sections. If you are implementing at one end, the complete integrity cannot be followed at the other end. So my question is related to implementation and change management.
Implementation of change management. So you have 2 questions so far. Third, any other? We'll just take 4 and then you can take, yeah?
Excellent insights from the panel. So my question is specifically for Umang sir. I'm just a background. I'm a chartered accountant. I'm based out of Mumbai. We help companies, adopt technology. So regarding your point, you said there are layers to, various jobs which will get replaced by AI. Now, if you look at, you said strategic, tactical, and, operational. Now, what we have seen practically, now 2 questions around that, is what we have seen practically is, even operational jobs are not being able to be replicated by AI at the current stage.
So you got to get to the question.
Okay. Yeah, so that's the exact question, like how will it replace, do we see it happening sooner rather than later? And the second question around that is...
So what was the question? That operation level?
Operational level jobs, will they be, getting replaced anytime soon? Because, say a chat GPT also makes a lot of mistakes, right? So,
okay. Yeah.
That is just the second aspect is how do you deal with employee pushback as to, the jobs getting reduced? Thank you so much.
Okay. So who'd like to maybe,
I'll take the employee pushback part of this.
Yeah.
And then from
Sam, which one would you take? Think of,
So the change is always disruptive. It is always the most difficult part. The change cannot be pushed through, but has to be encouraged. Because if you do not recognize that it is difficult for this transition, as it's a major force disruptor, then anyways implementation stage will make any project fail. So it is important that you first create project champions, Each of these champions then encourage people to try it out. For the question that which was asked on what students should be learning, at least when we recruit, we look at the people actually who are adaptable to different things. So if you demonstrate the ability to learn new things in your curriculum, may or may not be specifically to AI, but if you have demonstrated that while you have one stream, but you are learning different things, that give us a fair insight into how you are as a person, as a candidate, and gives us confidence that we can teach you, train you to what we need, you know. So that's that. Thank you.
Yeah, so Shyam then Kunal, okay?
Okay.
You also.
I'll
I'm going to add to this one. Shyam,
Okay, yeah, please. Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, I'll just add to what he said. So basically, first of all, when you come to our company, thanks for asking that question. So basically, you ensure that you're coming to one of our companies. Thanks for that. First of all, stop thinking yourself as a fresher. With the kind of data with you, you are no more a fresher. The second thing what he said is one of the most important thing is your leadership quality, your ability to take the decisions. In fact, if you come to our company, we say seek apology, not permission. So people who really go ahead and do what is right, they are the one who make the progress. So that is the second thing. I'll give one example of it also, that how the scenario is going to change as we grow further. 10 years ago, if I had an idea and if I had to start a company depending on that idea, I had to hire a lot of tech people to write a code for me. Maybe in next 3 to 5 years, I may not add so many tech people. I'll add product people who understand the clarity of the product, and they put it to AI, and AI will build a code for me. So one of the things that I'll say is, with AI, you should have more clarity of thoughts on what to do, where to go, how to do can be taken care by all these engines. So that clarity of thoughts should be built in, and we can certainly think of hiring you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Shyam then Kunal.
Sure. Probably I'll answer all the 3 questions quickly in the order. So answering your question, connect, content, creativity, 3 C's, which always remain in vogue, whether with the AI or without AI. My request would be to spend more real time with your friends and folks and develop real relationship rather than social media. If that's possible, that would be great. And from a content standpoint, it's pretty simple. You will have breadth with the LLMs and chat GPTs can give you the breadth. But depth, you need to really go deep. You need to learn. It takes a lot of time and patience. No AI is going to provide substitution for depth. In fact, I will give a small anecdote. There was a recent research done. Earlier when Copilot, which is like a virtual twin, came up, people thought that software engineers, if you rate them on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the lowest proficiency, 10 being the highest proficiency, they all thought that a guy who was at a scale of 1 with the help of Copilot became 8, 9. So the general philosophy was, I don't need experts. I need only people with basic skills. I can use Copilot, ChatGPT, and they can code. But as this evolved, right now the concept is completely opposite. They feel the value, your more value is there only if you have the deep understanding and the systemic knowledge. So depth in content is important, creativity in how you present is important. Right. That's for you. Quickly answering both your questions, because it's all about the implementation you asked. Implementation is currently what's happening in the world of AI, at least Gen AI. AI still, there are some use cases which are in production, because AI is still predictive, you are able to test it and so on and so forth. Gen AI, due to the hallucinations and others, most of the use cases are internally focused. So you start by saying that how can I reduce the risk in the organization? How can I reduce the cost in the organization or improve efficiency? Till you keep doing only this, no business guy is going to buy your story. Once you start flipping it and start using it for revenue generation, then the fear of not only losing job, currently the fear is only losing job. When you add to that the carrot saying that, okay, with what you rightly mentioned, doing more with less or doing more with same, right? With the same I can earn more revenue once the positioning shifts. And from top you start, that's a way. But there are so many silos, data is in different organization,
below the enterprise service, the system of records are different, engagement layers are different. It's a tough world to navigate to get there. So that's a real challenge. Companies are focusing on it. Hopefully it will get. Operationally, probably we'll have a chat on when we have a chai break. I want to give space for us.
So let's go to Kunal. Yeah.
So I think to address to your point around change management, right? So that problem is anyway there for anything you go and try to implement. But I think with AI, the biggest thing we are seeing is proof of, we all know and appreciate the fact that proof of pudding is into outcome. Here with AI, where you can give an outcome very realistically with the shortest possible time, and that's what people are also trying to adapt. And once you are able to show an outcome to your buyer or your audience and all, you in a way make more change agent who can influence the larger organization and adapt. So that problem honestly is not a serious problem, rather it is getting addressed. Coming to your question around what can be learned, I think the biggest thing in the days of times of learn, unlearn and relearn, the biggest thing you can pick it up is the use cases, various use cases, right? And there are with Gen AIs, there are so many things even onto the marketplace to learn. So that will always give you a perspective. And remember, what we all hire is a person who can bring some perspective, who can add value to the organization. So that's the way we look at it.
Right. So let's have one last round. I have been told by the organizers we have around 9 minutes left. So maybe we'll start with Nilesh. If you were to articulate your message on this topic, right? So what's your message? Your message for, let's say, the students who are sitting here. Any message for them from you? Yes.
Only one word, inquisitiveness. You need to have inquisitiveness to find out what you need to do. Because unless you ask right questions, AI is given to give you garbage. Please be inquisitive, please be asking right questions. That's what we expect going forward from you.
Asking the right question. Yeah. Let's go to Kunal.
I think my point is there is nothing to be worried so much about. So this is an augmented intelligence, so be with it and be part of the drive or bandwagon to drive the artificial intelligence. There is enough work for all of us in the earth. Nothing is going to be eaten away.
Deepak?
So my one message is be innovative. AI is just a technology which can enable you, but innovation happens at every stage in your life, be it in your personal, professional, and also when you want to get into professional courses like what Dr. Chandan said about teaching, right? Be innovative in every step. Then automatically the technology will have.
Umang?
I'll reflect on a point that Professor Bharat Bhaskar made in the morning in his opening address when he spoke about that in 1960s and in 1980s we missed certain opportunities for societal improvement and change and transformation. And then he spoke about how we somehow caught up the opportunities in 1990s. I would argue that we have another such moment now with AI, that if as a country, if as a society and as this group would be here, embrace that opportunity, this opportunity will stay with us for the next 15, 20, 25 years. This will become a big differentiator on how business is done, how society is run, and how our social structures are. So personally, I warmly welcome it. I will encourage the student community to warmly welcome it and embrace it. It will be a part of life.
Right. How about Nilesh? Yeah?
Yeah. So basically, I would agree to everything what they have said, certainly. And I was having a bit difficulty. What else should I say? So what I would do is I'll add one more thing. Try to be more risk-taking. Try to be more entrepreneur. Wherein you have an idea, you build that idea and try to implement it. I think India is at such an inflection point where the entrepreneurship and risk-taking capability is going to take us to the next level. So as students, you have got a lot of time to take the decisions, be an entrepreneur and embrace the failure. So one thing that I would say is take risk and be proud about your failures as well. Thank you.
Andy? So my message to the students would be high quotient of business empathy, understand the problem well. I'm going to throw a buzzword for your homework. I have moved mentally I have moved from Industry 4.0, which is a full automation with AI, to Industry 5.0, which is a selective automation. Much more awareness towards sustainability. Right? So my message to the students would be absolute high quotient of empathy for business problem, leverage AI with a solid mindset to make the planet a better place to live. Thank you.
Vikash? Yeah, since quite a lot of our students here, so I'll give you something that I follow personally. It's in a bit in Sanskrit, which is Udyameni Siddhanti Karyani na manorathe nahi suktasya singhasya pravishanti mukhe mraga. As in, even if lion thinks that he's sitting and his prey will come to him, it won't happen. Udyameni Siddhanti Karyani na manorathe, which means you have to work hard to do and to achieve what you want, which means just this degree will not be enough. Just doing enough will not get you anything. Whatever you are doing, think what more can you do, and be at it until you succeed. So that's what I would like to say.
Okay. Obviously, all of you have spoken a lot many things. I also talked about 3 C's. But generally, I will tell you one thing. According to me, I completely resonate with what my co-panelist just told. AI is not overhyped. It's actually underhyped. I'm telling you this, AI is underhyped and you are living in a breakthrough moment right now. It is like how probably computer was first given, or internet first came into being, or a smartphone first came into being. The ways of doing business, everything is going to change. And you are the folks who are going to be there on this side, going to drive the change. So in most of the projects, whatever we do, we always get the new passwords into the projects as a voice to figure out whether this is actually resonating with the next generation which is coming in. So my only thing to you is, you are in the right place at the right time. Don't fear AI, embrace AI.
Yeah, I think, we had an extremely outstanding panelist. Let's give a big hand to them, right? And over to the organizers. Yeah, over to the organizers.
Nothing comes close to the insights of the actual players in the market, and we could clearly see that from this expert panel session. Thank you for sharing your opinions and making it a discussion in the truest senses. We are also grateful to Mr. Chaudhary for moderating the session so effortlessly. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Concluding the segment now, we proceed towards the vote of thanks, and I would like to call Dr. Ridhiman Mukhopadhyay, Assistant Director, Industry Representative Cell, to do the honors, please.
So I think as Nilesh was having a wide apprehension that after lunch, the heaviest thing in the world is the eyelids. Right? So I hope that this panel was vibrant enough to keep all the eyelids open, right? Were all the eyelids open? I think Nilesh, yes. You take it back, right? Okay. Right. So obviously it was a very vibrant discussion, and I am indebted to each and every individual who is standing on this dais. We call them Astavashu, 8. Astavashu are including Professor Chaudhary Navagraha. Yeah? Okay. So each and every person has sort some, and I'm sure everybody will go back to their desktop, laptop, and you will go to type in this Google, right? One of the types definitely would be, it started off with, Anirban, you are called Andy. Aapka naam Andy hai?
Andy.
Oh, it's a nickname.
Yeah.
So everybody, by love, you call him Andy, right? So Anirban started off with a bang, right? So the sensors on the tip of every tillers which was taking place in case of John Deere, which populated all the information and tries to probably predict what was the texture of the soil. Across a series of 30 days in a month, you can also see what has been the weather and probably forecast in future. So this was the kind of thought which actually, provoking that thought, this discussion all happened. It all started, and obviously we gradually came to Arun sir. Arun sir was a person whom I differently, sir, I love you, sir, because the person was telling that we have to be very cautious. During the lunchtime he was telling that we have to be very cautious to see that artificial intelligence doesn't take away the jobs of our student. So we have to empower the student. So I think he was giving the example of the typewriter where we could stir into reminiscing those typewriter days, those box TV days, right? Okay, and Deepak, I can tell you, everybody will going to Google today. What? Digital twins. Digital twins? Google karoge? Dekhoge? Virtual twins. Which virtual twins? Correct. So everybody will go to Google virtual twins, courtesy Deepak. And I think Umang has spoken a wonderful thing when we use the artificial intelligence, especially in case of project management. So I think there is a lot of students who are aspiring to become project managers in future. So I think they need to be connected with Umang as fast as possible. And obviously the thought, apart from his apprehensions regarding the postprandial dizziness of the student, obviously Nilesh gave a bang when he talked about a very, very thought-provoking, can we make our grandmothers or grandfathers talk to AI? Can we make AI further intelligent? I think that was the concept you're speaking about. Wonderful concept. I went till in the childhood in a power cut in a city like Calcutta. I was listening those stories of Ramayana and Mahabharata from my grandmother. And I could understand if what Nilesh is saying is really that happens, AI will be an invaluable tool in everyday's life. Right? So coming back to Vikas, I think Vikas gave us something, a lot of hope, I believe. How many of you are dreaming to work in Zanatu? Vikas, you should see this, right? Right. So Vikas has already told his company is a human capital intensive tool, but still AI remains there because he can facilitate a person sitting in Arunachal Pradesh, where the builder is sitting in Bombay and he's sitting somewhere else to facilitate this transaction, how it is possible. And that was expedited by Vikas. Right? And a very quick framework was given by Shyam. Shyam gave a very quick framework where he gave a transactional decision, a tactical decision, a strategic decision. As we rise up, AI becomes less and less dominant, whereas the human intelligence becomes more and more dominant. Shyam, could I explain it correctly in a very short words? Right. And finally, the person who won't allow you to sleep, Professor Chandan Chaudhary, Shahenshah. Yes, he will not allow you to see the way he brought out each and every pointer from each and every member of this honorable panel. It was inexplicable. Wonderful. A big round of applause to this entire dais. And under the leadership of Rajeshri Pillai ma'am and his company Ponda sir, and we are his soldiers, we are his foot soldiers. So this has been a wonderful how the CEO perspectives were actually brought in to this conference, which was absolutely very essential for our students, not only for today but in days to come. Thank you so much.
Just 1 second. I would like to add something to what he said. Basically, when we speak and when we stand, sometimes I believe nobody is listening to us. Hats off to you. You heard every one of us. Repeated everything what we said. Knew our names properly. Give him a big hand, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ridhiman sir. There's a umpire's curse and there's an anchor's curse also due to the paucity of time. I'm so sorry, sir. I would have let you continue. But can I request all the dignitaries dignitaries to please come forward for a group photograph, please. And Sir Rajesh ma'am, please join the dignitaries on stage for a group photograph.
My house is
Also, may I request the corporate relations team, Mr. Kundan Divedi and Mr. Pratik Gopani to also join in, please.
So you can join from this side, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, huh? Hello, bolo tumi, huh? Yeah? Hi, how are you doing? Thank you, huh? You all did a great job, right? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, huh? Thank you, Deepak. You'll have your mic on. Thank you.
Kunal, bye. You are sending me the restaurant.
Impactful publications, including explorations of ETDs, demonstrate his commitment to enhancing information literacy and scholarly communication. A certified leader in strategic selling and talent management, he collaborates with academic institutions to align with global accreditation standards and foster innovation. Sir's efforts continue to shape future-ready business schools and research communities across South Asia. We welcome Mr. Pratap Das, South Asian Head, AACSB, to be part of the accreditation panel discussion. Please take the stage, sir.
Right.
Next, we have Dr. Angappa Gunasekharan, Professor, Penn's Harrisburg School of Business, who brings us with him a wealth of experience to his role, having served as a dean and director at several prominent universities. May I please request Dr. Angappa Gunasekharan to take this dais. Our next eminent guest is one of the distinguished management educators who has been the director of PIBM Tech, Greater Noida, and now he's the director.
With over 2 decades of experience driving innovation in higher education, his contributions continue to shape impactful global education strategies. We warmly welcome Dr. Nishit Jain to be part of our panel discussion. Welcome, sir.
The inclinations of our next guests have been in the areas of systems thinking, system dynamics, stakeholder management, and operation management. As an ASCB mentor and an AMBA panel member for business schools seeking international accreditations, he is reputed in international circles for his contributions academically as well. Additionally, he brings technical expertise for his previous role as an industrial engineer at Tata Steel before transitioning into management and academia. We warmly welcome Dr. Arun Elias from the Victoria University of Wellington, who would be joining us online.
Yes, we'll get.
It is now time to start our accreditation panel discussion of this 18th ISDSI Global Conference, in which our revered dignitaries will talk about impact of accreditation on inclusion, ESG, AI, and beyond. I request all our respected dignitaries to take the stage to commence the panel discussion. I would like to invite Dr. Ramchandra Natarajan, Professor and Associate Dean, Tennessee Tech University, USA, to moderate the session.
Dr. Ramchandran Natarajan is Emeritus Professor of Management, W.E. Maysbury, and former Associate Dean of the College of Business, Tennessee Tech University. May I please request Dr. Natarajan to kindly moderate the session.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to thank, can you hear me at the back? Can you hear me? Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for putting this panel, which is an important panel, especially with accreditation becoming a very important part of the business school landscape in India. So the demand for accreditation has been growing for the last few years, and there are many accrediting agencies which are playing an important role in this, and organizations, business schools are seeking accreditation for a variety of reasons, to differentiate themselves, for branding, for also to drive continuous improvement and change in their organizations. So with that, when you talk about accreditation, we have got a very distinguished panel here with years and years of expertise and experience. So they are going to share with us their views and thoughts on the theme of this panel, which is the impact of accreditation on inclusion, ESG, that is environment, societal, and governance, and also AI. So before I turn things over to our panelists, I just want to say something in connection with what was said in the previous panel about the typewriter. Okay? I am probably the only one in the audience who has actually used a manual typewriter. Okay? And that was many, many years ago. And then maybe I should spend 2 minutes on that, because the technology that we are talking about today, AI, in a way is not very different, okay, from the typewriter, because we also had to go through training. And especially, you got typewriting institutes, so you go there are like 30 machines at a time, and then once the assignment is given, These manual typewriters, once you start, it'll be like, 30 firecrackers going off, okay? And it'll go on for about 15 minutes as each student will be typing their piece. But it did teach me one thing, that you have got to get your thoughts very clear. Okay, you cannot just go on the typewriter and start typing because there is no delete button, okay? There is no suggest, okay? There is no Grammarly to help you. So you have got to get it right the first time. Otherwise, you go back and delete, and all that will show in your document. So not only was speed, and say, by the way, 30 words per minute was considered the minimum. Speed was important, but also quality was also important. And at the same time, even with that technology, you had to put people through training. So training, and the previous panelists, one of them said, clarity is important. Okay? Figure out what you want to do with AI, right? And then develop your strategy and then implement it. Same thing applied even for typewriter. There are certain things typewriter could do, certain things it cannot do. You can't draw diagrams, you cannot do equations and formulas and such. So I'm just saying, that many of the issues, when you think about AI and its implementation, they are not very different for any other technology. Okay? But time and tide waits for none. So technology keeps marching on. So we have got to embrace it. We have got to adapt to the change. Otherwise, we'll be left behind. So talking about change, that's what all the accrediting agencies are trying to do. They are trying to influence change in business schools and change in a particular way. Previously, the accrediting agencies were focused more on process, okay? More like ISO. Okay? You have a process, they will check if you have got certain processes and whether you are documenting them. Now it is different, okay? And that has permeated higher education in India as well. This is called outcome-based education, OBE. So these days, accrediting agencies are not only expecting that their customers, the business schools, will comply and meet the standards, but also what is the impact, okay? What is the final impact? Not just whether you've got process for curriculum management or whether you've got process for research and whether you've got a strategy for other things, okay? So that's a big change. And so that has created some issues, and those are the things that our distinguished panelists are going to address. So I'm going to start with Professor Elias from Victoria University in Wellington, because New Zealand time, he's in New Zealand, and New Zealand time is 7.5 hours ahead of here. So it's already past his bedtime, so I don't want to keep him waiting. So I will have him go first. So Arun, are you there? So Arun? No, he's supposed to. Okay. How is Professor Elias going to join us? Okay, sure.
Did he connect?
Yeah, he's, I think...
Somebody might have spoken to him.
No, yes, I think they did, yeah. They've already sent him the link. Okay. So he's got it, and in fact, he emailed me just a few minutes ago. So I thought this is going to start a little bit late. But, let's see. Yes, okay. While we are trying to connect with Professor Elias, why don't we go through a round of introduction? Okay, just 2 minutes. Self-introduction.
Hi, I'm Nishit from EFMD. EFMD is an organization which is into accreditation, headquartered in Belgium, in Brussels, founded by European Union. for over 5 decades ago. It started there, and now the footprint in about more than 100 countries across the world, enabling enhance the quality of management education and accrediting the corporate world. Really happy to be here and looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
My name is Harivansh Chaturvedi. My age in academic profession is 47 years. I have taught at University of Agra for 18 years. 4 years I have been working with the ICTE as its director. For 25 years I have headed one of the management institute from northern India called BIMTech, Greater Noida. And currently I am the Director General of another B school which is called IILM Lodi Road, New Delhi. Besides this involvement with higher education, I am also one of the founder of Education Promotion Society for India, which is a network of universities and colleges. So this is in a nutshell my introduction about my involvement with higher education.
Thank you, Professor Ramachandran. I am Angappa Gunasegaran, so please feel free to call me Guna. I am a professor of supply chain management at Penn State Harrisburg. It is the second largest campus within the Penn State system. The first one is the main campus at University Park. So when I say our campus is the second largest one, so we have only 5,000 students. So I have been at Penn State Harrisburg for the past 3.5 years. Prior to that, I served as a dean or director of 3 public university business schools in the US. During that time, I had great opportunities to oversee the AACSB Continuous Improvement Review. I also served as a business committee member and chair of AACSB peer review team. I have attended all the workshops and training programs organized by AACSB. Myself, I have organized a sort of a workshop on initial accreditation and also continuous improvement review. So I really enjoyed working on the AACSB accreditation. So I have also experience with the NASPA accreditation, that is for MPA, Master of Public Administration, and I have involved with the regional accreditation such as WASC, NIASC, and MESHI. So I'm really looking forward to have the conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. Good evening, all. My name is Pratap. I'm the regional head for AACSB, and before I start my introduction, I have to say that the students at PIBM are very intelligent. The CEO's panel got over and half of them went out to see them off, making sure that their positions and placements are taken care well and seeing them off in a nice way. Having said that, we have half of the students still left out here. So today we are talking about, this panel is talking about accreditation, we are talking about quality that business schools can bring forward. We are looking at continuous improvement and as an audience today, what you will gain from this conversation or panel is, how can schools do better? And as an organization, we are a non-profit organization. We were set up about 100 years back in the US, primarily looking at the US market. But now we are in all 3 major, our regions are US, Europe, and Asia Pacific. So we are moving very strongly forward. And with over 2,000 members globally and 1,000 accredited institutions globally, we are one of the largest agencies, that is accrediting business schools around the world. Thank you, sir.
One other thing I want to mention about these accreditations, these accreditors are not regulators. It's not that, these organizations are mandatorily have to comply with their requirements. It's purely voluntary. So organizations seek accreditation, as I said, for differentiation, for branding, continuous improvement, but it's a purely voluntary thing. And of course, it's driven by the leadership in the organization and also by the larger organization. Maybe they're all part of a university and such. So while we are still trying to connect with Professor Elias, I am going to start the panel discussion by having, why don't we start with Professor Harivansh on what are his thoughts and views on the impact. Oh, done? Okay, great. Okay. Arun, how are you? Can you see us? Arun?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, can you see us? Okay. I know it is way past your bedtime, so we won't keep you awake for too long, but I'm sure you'll be awake for a little bit longer so that you can provide your insights and thoughts on the theme of this panel. And okay, and maybe you should start with a self-introduction. We have already gone through that first. So just spend a couple of minutes telling us about yourself, and then you can share your views and thoughts on the theme of the panel.
Okay, thank you, Professor Natarajan. First of all, congratulations to ISDSI, Professor Matri, Professor Jain, and all others for continuing this accreditation panel. I think from the very first ISDSI conference, we had this accreditation panel, and special congratulations to you, Professor Nat, for continuing it. It was always an integrate part of this ISDSI. My name is Arun Elias. I was very active in accreditation panel before. It is good to see Professor Natarajan taking the baton over. I now work as head of management school in Victoria University of Wellington, New Zealand. Before that, in terms of accreditation, I serve as a mentor for ASESB. I'm also a PRT member for EFMD and AMBA panel member. That is my brief background. Thank you, sir.
So can you again start with the proceedings in terms of sharing your thoughts and views on the impact of accreditation on inclusion and
I'll
other
just
important
quickly,
issues? Yeah.
I hope you can see my
Yes.
slide. Is it visible? Yeah, so I've been asked to talk about accreditation.
It is visible.
And first of all, inclusion. Very quickly, I want to say that when, as an accreditation panel member, when you visit a business school or an institution, the meaning of inclusion is contextual. I was in New Zealand for 25 years. Inclusion in New Zealand might mean, inclusion of the indigenous community. For example, in Australia and New Zealand, in New Zealand, for example, Maori, in Australia, indigenous, how do you include them? Whereas in India, it may be quite a different definition. I was acting as a director in a business school in the south, so it may be geographical inclusion, it could be gender inclusion, it could be inclusion of disabled or differentially abled people. So here I would like to tell the business schools that, or institutions, that you need to have a strategy as to what inclusion means. And it could be something for your country and something else for some other country. So you need to have a clear definition of what inclusion means to you. In very quickly about ESG, the second point is accreditation in ESG. For all the three accreditations, international as well as national accreditations, nowadays ESG, environmental, social and governance, has become very important. And one thing I would say, especially to business schools who are embarking on this journey of accreditation, is trying to sort of streamline your research towards ESG. For example, SDGs. So many business schools in India are doing it now. So if a dean or director or a business school can encourage research with its link, very clear link to sustainable development goals, that will be much more useful from an accreditation perspective. That's something which a business schools, and also moving from shareholder thinking to stakeholder thinking. From a very pure, profit making, teaching perspective towards more holistic, more social inclusive sort of teaching. I think this is something business schools can do. That would be my simple advice, research and teaching, get it more aligned to ESG. And finally, I was also asked to talk about accreditation and AA. I don't think accreditation agencies are trying to get a very clear idea about what business schools trying to move to accreditation are trying to do. I do think we all recognize there is a conundrum there, but my point would be, some of the questions when we go as a PRT member to business schools is that how do we embrace AI? And I've seen two answers coming from the accrediting business schools. One is that they are very scared of AI. Many schools are scared of AI. Some of them are exactly the opposite. They embrace AI. But for a business school trying to start the accreditation journey, it would be good to have a clear understanding, what does AI mean to you? How do we approach AI? There could be problems, there could be positive, there could be negative factors, but as far as the business school is concerned, what is your strategy in terms of AI? Some clarity there. And finally, I think my final point would be, this is a slide I showed when ISDSI started its accreditation panel discussions. I think at the end of the day, accreditation is about 3 C's. It is collegial, it is critical, and it is about continuous improvement. So accreditation for a new business school, you need to understand, it is a very collegial process. It is something like submitting a journal article to a journal. Your colleagues will assess that article. Here also in accreditation, the process is your colleagues come and evaluating your performance as a school. And then you have to be critical. One of the things about critical is that taking that step back, all of us have blind spots. We all believe in some certain strength of our own. We always try to project ourselves. But in that projection, in that confidence, we have some blind spot. Taking that step back, being critical, can make us understand about your blind spot. Accreditation helps you to be critical. And finally, accreditation is about continuous improvement. If you look at AICSB, EQUIS, EFMD and AMPA, all the three has that continuous improvement sort of concept in them. So it is also about continuously improving. So finally, my point would be, accreditation is about those 3 C's, collegial, critical and continuous improvement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Elias. So can we have Nishit, can you share your views and thoughts?
Sure. Yeah. Professor Arun, nice to see you there. And thank you for giving your remarks. When it comes to EFMD in particular, I would just highlight one thing. EFMD accreditation revolves around strategy. The code word for anything to do with creating a great institution with EFMD accreditation of any sort is strategy. And as we have a right panel which is talking about impact on of accreditation. So I would say in terms of creating a good impact, you need to have a good impact strategy of what an accreditation can bring around using the AI, using the ESG, or even looking at the purpose of the business school as a whole, because that is what will drive inclusion. To elaborate a little bit more, how inclusion is important through accreditation is through a pillar called diversity, which EFMD really practices well. By diversity, we are trying to say that we are not only trying to bring people from different walks of life, but also creating inclusion or diversity of programs, the courses. Even though you are doing management, but it is very essential for you students and other faculty colleagues to bring in courses from non-managerial courses such as sports maybe, or maybe health, maybe psychology, maybe language, maybe culture. So all of these things are extremely crucial to bring in to the classroom. And accreditation really encourages you to put forth that strategy in place. Also, when you look at business school, I would say business school's purpose is not just training great graduates, but responsible leaders. And responsible leaders starts with the regional ecosystem that you are operating in. So let's say if you take an example of PIBM, in Pune, what is the societal impact, the regional impact of what your institution does? that needs to be captured, and it has a strong impact. So at EFMD, we have something called Business School Impact System, by virtue of which we are trying to measure, first create a strategy for your impact, and then be able to measure that impact across different areas. To highlight a few, I mean, we will help you kind of create and also measure the societal impact, the impact of your support services, the impact of not being able to, the impact strategy will allow you to communicate better for things which you are not able to assess otherwise, because we will help you quantify the non-tangibles and also create a culture of impact, which is extremely crucial. To highlight 7 impacts on which EFMD accreditation really operates is the financial impact, intellectual impact, image impact, education impact, regional impact, and last but not least, the societal impact. And if I take a minute probably to explain these 6 kinds of impact, financial impact is largely around students. You are consuming a lot of services. You're using transport, you are using some support services. Similarly, faculty is coming in and creating a lot of regional impact by using, direct transfer of resources from your bank to maybe a hotel, maybe transport, maybe food, maybe other aspects of livelihood in the region that you are being in. So this is all cumulatively assessed as financial impact of PIBM through the stakeholders, which is faculty and students and visiting professors and people like us who would visit you. When you look at intellectual impact, we are looking at impact which is created by virtue of your publications, by impact that you're creating with projects, by creating some entrepreneurial aspects of creating some new unicorns maybe through this institution, and newer courses that are being launched, or MDPs. We are also looking at image impact, which is communicated through this, because a positive image impact will help you secure higher rankings, higher ability to create global conferences, higher ability to connect with peers and organizations outside of your ecosystem. Then again, when you look at the societal impact, I think it allows students and faculty to connect more with the society, the civil society that you operate in, and connect with projects in the ecosystem that you are. So there is, in a nutshell, what I'm trying to say, that you really need to have a core strategy which embeds and deep-seated into your entire institution building. Even as a student, it is for you to see that what is the impact that you are creating by being a student at PIBM, and you can draw your own set of parameters and have them accounted for in your reports, in your CV, and this will allow you to reflect and communicate better tomorrow when you are securing opportunities or maybe even starting your own business. So I rest my case here and happy to contribute more as we go forward. Thank you.
So I have a problem. It is a problem of not having connect with the audience. In my audience and audience for this panel, there are mainly students, a few faculty colleagues and the organizers. And I do not know whether the students may be knowing the difference between approval from AICTE and accreditation from NBA. I am starting from Indian context. Whether our discussion is running on the international perspective. Of course, many of you may go abroad and you may be working in multinational companies. So the basic context is, when you have taken admission in PIBM, you must have checked whether it is approved by AICTE or not. So there are 2,500 business schools in India which are approved by AICTE. Then sometimes you might have seen the logo of National Board of Accreditation, which is the accreditation board for business schools and management programs in India. So what is the difference between approval and accreditation? Approval means a B school which is having the minimum standard of infrastructure and faculty. If you are maintaining the minimum standard, you will be approved by the regulatory body, which can be either UGC or AICTE. But when you are accredited by NAC or NBA in India. There are two main accreditation bodies. One is NBA, which is meant for engineering, management and all the disciplines coming under the purview of AICTE. And PIBM is coming under purview of AICTE. Whereas the universities are coming under UGC. So I have told you that approval is the first thing, but to get a quality program, you are required to see whether it is accredited or not. And first, you have to see whether it is accredited by national accreditation bodies of India or not. So there are two kinds of accreditation bodies, national and international. So for management in India, it is National Board of Accreditation. For international, there are three accreditation bodies which are considered the golden standards in management education. My friend Mr. Nishit Jain and Professor Arun, they have told about there are three main accreditation agencies. Number one, AACSB, which is from USA, having headquarters at USA. Second is EFMD, having headquarters in Europe, Brussels. Third is AMBA, having their headquarters or office at UK. So I am giving this basic information to the students for their benefit because they are the audience today. Now the question is, why a student should go to an accredited institution whereas there are large number of AICTE approved institutions? Surely, if you go to NBA accredited institution or CSB, FMD, AMBA accredited institution, you will get better quality. At national level as well as international level. So I can tell you that only 50 B schools in India are accredited by international bodies. ACSB, EFMD, AMBA, hardly 50. Whereas NBA has approved around 30 to 40% of the B schools in our country, and there are more than 2,500 B schools in our country. So all AICTE approved institutions are not offering you quality. You go to a place where you are taught properly, where your classrooms are neat and clean, where hostel facility is available, where placement is available. And you come to Pune with the expectation. Why do you come to Pune? Because the average quality of Pune institution is better than the average quality of thousands of institutions in our country which are AICTE approved. So this is the preamble which I thought I should explain to the students. Now the question is, what is this benefit? Who are benefited by international or national accreditation? There are three stakeholders for accreditation. Number one is business schools, college and universities. Business schools, college and universities offering management programs in the context of management. Number two is society. Number three is business. Who are the employers for MBA graduates and engineers? Of course the industry, of course the companies. Governments hardly recruit MBAs. So the first stakeholder for the accreditation is business schools offering MBA programs and the industry or the companies which are recruiting MBA, and third is society. The development of last 200 years is called a capitalist development of the global economy. Capitalism means Pujivad. Capitalist means that the market forces will determine what shall be sold, where it will be sold, what shall be the price, and who will be the buyers and sellers. So market forces ultimately determine the running of the economy, and the capitalist model has succeeded in running for more than 200 years in the world, and now people are saying that the system is broken. Capitalist system is broken. Business education is broken. These are the voices from those countries which are considered some of the most development countries in the management education. Like professors of Michigan or Harvard or Yale and Stanford, they are saying that B schools are not doing justice. It is not the real management education. B schools are doing justice with only one model of business education, that is profit maximization. The role of business is to maximize profit. This is the model which is being followed in management education after 100 years. Management education started around 1908 in Harvard, and after 100 years still they are speaking about maximization and the shareholders model, that the company should be run for the benefit of the stakeholders. Whereas other stakeholders, the buyers and consumers are other stakeholders, farmers are other stakeholders, government is other stakeholders, communities are other stakeholders. There are many stakeholders of business. So to summarize, I would like to say that the most of the problems of this world are due to the wrong model of capitalism, which is based on market forces, which believes in maximization of profit. And I can give you one example. In this model, the outcome or measurement of the success of a business is measured by quarter to quarter profit. You might have read in newspapers, after every quarter's company report to the shareholders, what are their accounts. They do not look into whatever we are doing, it will impact the next generation after 15, 20, 30 years. In Delhi, I am coming from NCR. For 3-4 months, the life become hell because of the poor quality of air pollution. So whatever has been done during last 50 years in NCR, it is resulting into the worst. Delhi NCR is considered one of the most polluted place in the world. Capitalist model will not look into it. Companies which are running the factories in NCR, they will not look into it that you have polluted how much and how much the damage to the humanity, to the people living in the NCR. So I would like to say that people are now saying, big professors in best of the business schools, that capitalist model looking towards only short-term financial results is wrong. Only looking into the interest of shareholder is wrong. We need to have a capitalist model which may be on market forces, based on market forces, but they should look into the long-term impact of the business. So impact of business is vast, huge. There are only two pillars in the global economy, government and the business. So now the issue is that who will determine the future of the business, future of the economy. The world economy can be cured. There are a lot of problems because of geopolitical issues, because of the global warming, because of the sustainability issues. There are a lot of problems. And who can resolve those problems, who can solve those problems? There are least hopes from governments, but business can be a game changer. Business can resolve those problems because most of the problems are related to economic problems or climate related problems or technology related problems. Accreditation is the panacea for business to solve all those problems. If B schools are providing accredited program, they are giving a quality accredited by ACSB, FMD or any national or international accreditation body, then corporates will be run properly. Companies will not be run only for the profit of the owners or shareholders. It will be run to protect the interest of society, to the future climate, to the sustainability related issues. You know that the 200 countries have resolved that they will fulfill the 17 targets and 169 objectives of Sustainable Development Goals in 2015, and the D date is 2030. Only 6 years are left. We cannot say that even 50% of the targets have been reached. So all these issues can be resolved if the management programs around the world, their number is 20,000, if they are accredited properly, and accreditation by ACSB, EFMD or AMBA or national bodies like NB or NEC provide some guarantee that those B schools will provide quality education and the graduates coming out from those B schools will do justice with the humanity, with the society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Chaturvedi, for bringing it alive to the students. What is the connection between accreditation and what it means for them as future leaders who have to take into account not just the objective of a business, but the objectives of stakeholders as well, including the community. So, continuing, we'll hear from Professor Gunasekaran.
Thank you, Professor Ramachandran. So I'm going to share my experience briefly about AACSB continuous improvement review process. So I have overseen on three occasions at three different schools about CAR, continuous improvement review. So in my opinion, the accreditations or any AACSB or ACTA, NASPA or regional accreditations, so they are all for not just documentation or compliance, but rather to maintain excellence in what we do in terms of curriculum innovation, student-centered learning, high-quality research, and supporting the regional economic development and community engagement and so on. So if you look at the major standard areas for AACSB, the first one is strategic management and innovation. So when I visited other business schools as chair or a business committee member of AACSB peer review team, so I found many schools do not have a properly developed or articulated sort of strategic plan. So they just shared about the vision, mission, values and goals, and they don't have strategies underneath of each of the goals, tactics, timeline, and also the lack of financial strategies in order to achieve whatever the goals in their strategic plan. So what I see, strategic plan is not a compliance for AACSB or other accreditation bodies or agencies, but it is a roadmap for any business school where we want to be in 5 years or 10 years time as a business school. So when I looked at the strategic management in innovation, and as I said, many schools do not have properly developed strategic plan. Even they have developed, so they don't monitor from time to time, make sure that we are making progress along different goals. And then how we made a difference, so we have demonstrated, okay, we have developed a strategic plan, a 5-year strategic plan, and we came up with the vision, mission, values and goals, and also financial resources plan. And every year we monitor to make sure that we are making progress. If we are drifting away on some of the goals or timelines, that we have to revisit and make sure that we are on track. We have also used the AACSB accreditation in order to secure resources from our provost and president or chancellor. If you look at what percentage of schools have this AACSB accreditation around the globe and in the US. In the US, only 33% of the business schools have this gold standard. And around 5% of the business schools around the globe have this AACSB accreditation. As my colleague said, the students in the US, they look for whether, before they apply, whether the business school is AACSB accredited or not. Even employers, they look at whether the graduates come from AACSB accredited business schools. And it is a gold standard in order to ensure that we have all the resources in place to provide high quality education. And also when faculty, the fresh PhDs apply for jobs, so they prefer to go to AACSB accredited business schools. I'm not saying, they will have less teaching load, but more time for research and also the professional enrichment. And the other area is learner success according to 2020 standards. I see the standards, have evolved over the time periods for over many years. So the current standard is 2020, and prior to that, 2013 standards. And they look at, how the industry and the workforce development evolve over time. So based on that, they revise the standards. Now, if you look at, the topic what we are discussing, the impact of accreditation on inclusion and ESG and artificial intelligence and so on. So in my view, based on the standards, so we should be able to address all, diversity, equity, inclusion, and environmental, societal, or social, and governance, and also the technologies, including artificial intelligence, how they impact the learning and the teaching, and also thought leadership, engagement, and a societal impact. We had some challenges when we tried to implement, 2020 standards. We have already used high quality education as our only the goal, according to United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. But somehow, we have been asked by the committee to look at other Sustainable Development Goals, and we took a bit of time. So we were able to, we have been doing a lot of things, and we did not document many of the things, and it goes like this: no measure, no improvement. So unless we measure the student access, success, and also research impact and community outreach and supporting the workforce development, so we may not be able to make improvements by identifying different strategies or employing different strategies, tactics, and action plans. And then, as I said, the AACSB as an accreditation agency, so they have been constantly updating the standards. So now they are working on how to integrate artificial and generative AI so that they can come up with, or we can come up with the standards to support the application of AI in teaching, learning, research, community outreach, and so on. So that's all I would like to share.
Thank you. So when we have a panel like this, it becomes very difficult to go last. Many of the items are covered, but I certainly would like to thank Nishit and Professor Dr. Chaturvedi to really setting the context nicely, and Professor Guna, who has deep experience in AACSB standards and other matters. So looking at the audience here, again I'm taking a step back. We had a template to follow today in terms of some guidance as to what we should be talking. Looking at the audience, 70% here students, and some faculty members at PIBM also here, and some deans with whom we are already in touch. Maybe I'll address the bigger gathering, which is the students. Maybe we will take an opportunity here to really set the foundation what Dr. Chaturvedi has told as to how the accreditation would help in terms of your journey, in terms of your 2-year program here at PIBM. And for the faculty members, please pay attention, because of course, we'll connect. Your school has just submitted the eligibility application, which means you have decided to start the process of AACSB accreditation here. Now, this journey could take 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, depending on the progress you make. But as Professor Guna mentioned, that we are looking at multiple standards that are setting the kind of gold standard when it comes to accreditation. And he mentioned about 3 subsets. Now, I will take a moment to actually give you an idea in terms of what do we offer in each subset when it comes to strategic management and innovation. This is more about strategic planning. So when it comes to your institution, we want to make sure that the team that is working on the accreditation journey is very clear with the clear guidance from leadership in terms of what their strategic plan is. And we are one of the agencies that we work closely with your mission. So we work with the mission of the institution. So under this strategic management and innovation, we have strategic planning, which is our #1 standard. Then we have physical, virtual, and financial resources. As Professor Guna mentioned that many institutions have aspirations, but do they have the right kind of financial backing? Or are there aspirations from the leadership to proceed forward with the ASSB accreditation? Another important element in this is faculty and professional staff resources. So this is subset 1. Now I go to learner success. We also believe, each one of you here is from the student's perspective, you're all very critical for a standard like ASCSB. So we look at your curriculum very closely. And part of the reason why the journey takes longer time is, the progress reports typically takes about a year, because we need to closely watch in terms of what your programs are, what are the deliverables, and how it is impacting on a topic like this today, which is ESG. Assurance of learning is another important area. Then we follow learner progression and teaching effectiveness and impact. So this is subset 2 of our standard. The last set is thought leadership and engagement and societal impact. And here we have impact of scholarship, and then we also have thought leadership here. Now, these 9 standards have undergone iterations over 11 times in the last 100 years. Our previous to this standard, we had 2013 standards. Now we moved to 2020. One change that we have clearly added is the thought leadership and societal impact standard, which is very critical, and I'm glad that PIBM has taken the initiative to take the discussions forward on this matter today. Now, switching gears in terms of the majority of the audience here, Dr. Chaturvedi very rightly outlined accreditation agencies. There are 3-4 major stakeholders. He talked about general audience, he talked about business schools, he talked about industry, very critical, and I may also add government to an extent, sir, because we also work with Government of India, Niti Aayog. We are trying to establish connect with them to understand how agencies like ours can contribute to these agencies in some kind of framework. Now, from the student's perspective, few points that I would like to highlight, which will make you happy when you go back to your homes today. 73%, and now please note, this is a document which is available. You can simply search value of accreditation from AACSB, and you can download this. 73% of the CEOs representing Fortune 500 companies or Fortune 100 companies are from AACSB accredited school. So clearly there is impact these CEOs are creating, and they are from AACSB accredited institutions. 75% top of the paid CEOs from S&P 500 companies have a business association or a business degree from AACSB accredited schools. So again, you see why this accreditation is important and why PIBM has taken this step, and other business schools around the country, globe, are taking this step. The last point I would like to make is AACSB accredited schools address significant societal challenges, and I want to make sure that I quote the number correct, because these are all published information in scholarly journals and magazines. We have touched around 700 initiatives around the world which are creating impact on societal issues, and these are AACSB sponsored schools that are taking up these initiatives. So all this information is available on our website. And the last study, we have many studies, so I highly encourage, if you really want to understand how AACSB as an agency is helping ESG matters, we recently published a case study from University of Exeter, and this is called the Green Economy Initiative. When we talk to business schools, we see that there is a lot of activities, action happening, but they are not being published in the right way and the right channels. So we highly encourage, when your teams come, PRT team comes, you talk to them about what the school is involved in, and you try to take some steps to publish these works. So University of Exeter Green Economy Initiative, I highly recommend if you are on a school on that path to embrace ESG and AI. AI also is another case study where we have just published AI and the future of business education. This is another topic that we want to highlight. So with that words, I would like to end and pass it on to Professor Natarajan.
Yeah, thank you. We have heard from all the panelists. All of them had some very interesting perspectives and insights to share. But I've got a general comment or a question or observation is that ASCSB, other accrediting agencies, AMBA, and then EFM, all of them are trying to respond to the changes in stakeholder expectations. So business schools are operating in a very dynamic environment, okay, and therefore they cannot stand still. So they have to adapt. And these standards, to some extent, help these organizations, business schools, adapt to all the challenges and the changing expectations of the stakeholders. And I've seen the evolution, particularly with regard to ACSB, because that's the one that I've been most involved with, is that at one time, Pratap mentioned about mission, that they evaluate the mission very carefully. But at one time, accreditation of ASCSB was not mission specific. It was one size fits all. Okay? And then that did not work very well. Okay? Because they got large business schools, small business schools, some have doctoral programs, some don't have doctoral programs, some are in rural areas, some are in metro areas, so on and so forth. So ASCSB changed, and then they made it more mission specific. So over the years, they are trying to influence change. They're trying to become change agents. For example, in the 1980s, it was TQM, Total Quality Management. Then later on, it was globalization. After that, it was ethics, particularly after the Enron situation in US. And later on, then it became sustainability. And now it is societal impact. So my point is that every time you do this, is it accelerating change in business schools, or is it creating a burden? For example, both societal impact and thought leadership. Societal impact is touching so many things: strategy, your curriculum, and then faculty research, faculty incentives to work on ESG, so on and so forth. Likewise, thought leadership. When faculty sit down and write a paper, they are not trying to align their paper, or they are not trying to align their research with what the institution wants in terms of meeting the thought leadership. So it may or may not align or support thought leadership for that institution. So my question is, of course, AACSB standards, 2020 standards, are less prescriptive because they are more principles-based evaluation. So it is possible that these standards have become less prescriptive, but at the same time more intrusive, because organizations are now supposed to change their strategy, they're supposed to change curriculum, so on and so forth. And so my question is, what is going to be, from an implementation standpoint, what are some of the challenges? Is it going to be accelerating change for the better, or is it going to be creating a burden in terms of more bureaucratic and documentation and data collection and so forth? And this is for all the panelists, and please, deans and other administrators who have had experience with accreditation, please feel free to make your contribution to these issues.
Thank you, Professor Ramachandran. So what I did during my tenure as dean of 3 business schools, so I have used the accreditation as an opportunity to make changes, some positive changes, so that I can convince my colleagues or different stakeholders to come on board. And first I started with a 5-year strategic plan. So I set up a strategic planning committee with the due representations across the board: the faculty, students, staff, community leaders, and so on. And they came up with a truly visionary strategic plan. So just for example, in 2013, when I took over as Dean of the Chartered College of Business, we did not have a new master for almost 42 years, since 1974. And I saw a great opportunity after talking to the local business leaders, entrepreneurs, and leaders from public institutions. And they said, we have a shortage of workforce in the south coast of Massachusetts with the master's qualification. And based on the feedback we received, and then I said, there are opportunities, let us go for specialized masters. It took only 4 years to launch 4 specialized masters, and all are catering to the local or regional workforce development. Within 4 years, we were able to double the graduate student enrollment, and we also looked at the undergraduate enrollment, and then we saw the curriculum was not updated for several years, and then we thought that is an opportunity because we looked at once again the workforce needs of the community. Then we came up with the new concentrations in our undergraduate programs. So all those things helped to increase the undergraduate enrollment by 16% over 4 years. And also we looked at, we want to be inclusive when it comes to providing higher educational opportunities, particularly in business. There are many non-traditional students, working professionals, full-time working professionals. They cannot come to the campus to take classes and complete their bachelor's or master's. Then we started, I worked with my colleagues to explore the opportunity of launching online degree programs. Within 4 years, we were able to launch 7 online degree programs. So that helped not only increase the enrollment, but providing higher educational opportunities in business for a broader community. So what I'm saying that, accreditation, of course, we have standards, but we never should stop the innovation and entrepreneurial activities within a business school. And also we have to constantly seek resources, not just expect only from the provost or president. Within the university, the outside external support like fundraising, and also come up with additional revenue stream opportunities, online degree programs, offering micro-credentials, and then executive education and so on. So that we should be able to create an ecosystem for innovation and entrepreneurship with the new centers of excellence and enriched community activities and so on. So what I'm trying to say, I have utilized the AACSB accreditation as an opportunity to make truly changes in order to take the school to the next level of excellence. When I say next level of excellence, not only through the new programs, but also the scholarship. So during my tenure, the scholarship, I hope I'm not saying too much, the per capita research productivity has gone up significantly, is one of the highest in its history, and also financially we were able to double the budget for the School of Business. So thanks to the AACSB, because I was able to utilize that to get additional resources. So we were able to increase the faculty size almost by 18 tenure track faculty. And as I said, we have established 5 centers of excellence, so that will support the student hands-on experiential learning opportunities, and also use those centers as gateways to reach out to the community by leveraging faculty and student resources. So those things provide opportunities for bringing the local employers, students and faculty together. It is a win-win partnership. The employers are looking for career-ready workforce or internship-ready students, and the students are looking for job opportunities. So it has worked out very well. And so what I'm saying is, we should never stop innovation and entrepreneurial activities within the School of Business. And if we do all those things, and we can write a beautiful, AACSB continuous improvement self-study report, they will love it, because they assess, okay, so they have in place the strategic plan and learner success, thought leadership, engagement, and the societal impact. Great. So how they are measuring, how they are closing the loop in assurance of learning and so on. For example, assurance of learning, whenever I look at the self-study report at other schools, I will see how many new programs they have introduced, and what are the changes they have made to the existing programs so that they can prepare career-ready workforce. And also whether that has contributed to increase in overall enrollment in both undergraduate and graduate programs. By looking at those things, you should be able to judge
So whether they have the right structure and the processes in place to achieve those outcomes.
Yeah, thank you. So yes, there are opportunities with these accrediting, especially when you go through the process, and then when you, especially with the peer review team, because the peer review team consists of other deans. So if they are on your side, it is a lot easier to get resources from the upper administration, and so use them to support your case. If you make your case on your own, it may not have the same strength as if it is coming from validated by an outside peer review team. The second thing I would like to say is about these accrediting agencies. It is not like us versus them. After all, what is ASCSB standards? Who develops them? It are the deans. Deans and the other member schools. They are the ones who are part of the process. They are the ones who look at what standards need to be changed, and then they set up what is called a blue ribbon committee every 10 years to take a look at the standards and what needs to be changed. So my suggestion to all the faculty here would be to get more involved, okay, with the ACSB or any other accreditation process, join some affinity groups so that you can influence the standards. It's not that you have to be responding and always be reactive to standards, but you can also be involved in shaping and also influencing the standards. So that's basically my observation, but I think we're running out of time. I thank all the panelists for their expertise, sharing that, and particularly Arun for going beyond his bedtime and sacrificing some sleep in the cause of ISDSI Global. Okay, thank you very much, Arun. Good morning to you. All right.
So I'm taking 2 minutes more just to once again remind my fellow panelists as well as the audience that we are talking in India. The context is India. Hardly 50 B schools have been so far accredited by international accreditation bodies, whereas the national accreditation bodies have already done accreditation of more than 500 B schools. So why it has taken more than 25 years for international accreditation agencies to achieve so little in India, whereas in China their number is too high. In Southeast Asia their number is too high. So I can give one or few reasons. I have been telling to my friend Nishit and to the representatives of AACSB. I have been on the India Council of AACSB as well as EFMD. Major reason is that the priority for Indian B schools is to get some mileage from the regulatory bodies and Government of India. And they have put conditions: if you are not accredited, then you will not get expansion in the scale. You will not get large number of seats. So there are financial benefits interlinked with national accreditation. And as well as Indian students, prospective students, they look into the NAC accreditation or NB accreditation. They are not aware about ACSB or EFMD or AMBA. Parents are not aware, even recruiters are not aware, but surely at global level, people recognize only these 3 international accreditation agencies. What is the reason? Because in India, the government is doing accreditation, whereas in US or Europe, government is not doing accreditation. It is mostly the peer group, professional groups, third-party groups are doing the accreditation. So here we are compelled to take first accreditation from government accreditation bodies, which are 2. NEP says that government will retreat from this position and there will be independent accreditation bodies which will be supervised by a supra accreditation body. So this is going to happen. But I will suggest the representatives of ACSB, 2 persons are sitting here, Nishit ji representing EFMD and Mr. Das representing ACSB, they should find alliances and collaboration with the Ministry of Education, whether the national accreditation bodies and international accreditation bodies can work together, where for the common parameters or criteria they can international bodies can take the credits given by the Indian body, and working together will surely facilitate the international accreditation also. I have got my institute done ACSB accreditation and also EFMD accreditation, which was based on business impact. Our institute was immensely benefited, particularly in brand building, but it has taken 6-7 years. I tell you, the TAP B, the first B school in India, has taken 10 years. So it is very difficult to afford the cost of international accreditation. The level only 50 to 100 B schools have reached who can manage the international accreditation. Rest of them are not aware about the benefits, or they are not having the faculty. Their attrition rate is so high. Unless the faculty is stable, you cannot get international accreditation. So these were my suggestions and critical thoughts, because I am worried not about the American B schools' future. I am worried about the future of Indian B schools and the future of these students who are sitting here. Thank you.
Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Thank you. I would like to thank this esteemed panel for their invaluable wisdom that we have received during this panel discussion. And before we proceed on to the vote of thanks, may I invite Dr. Priya, Director, MBA, to the dais for the felicitation ceremony. Yes, please. And first, may I call upon Dr. Pratap Das, South Asian Head, AACSB, to please come forward, and may I ask Priya ma'am to felicitate Pratap sir. Thank you, sir. I would request sir to kindly be seated. Now may I request Dr. Angappa Gunasekharan, Professor, Penn Harrisburg School of Business, USA, to please come forward, and may I request Priya ma'am to kindly felicitate sir. Thank you, sir. May I now call upon Dr. Harivansh Chaturvedi, Director General, IILM University, Delhi, for the felicitation ceremony. And may I request Priya ma'am to felicitate Dr. Chaturvedi. I will request sir to kindly be seated, and may I call upon Dr. Nishit Jain, Executive Board Member, Woxon University, to please come forward for the felicitation ceremony. We would like to give our heartfelt gratitude and thanks to Dr. Arun Elias, who is joining us online. He's joining us from Victoria University, Wellington, New Zealand. Thank you, Dr. Elias, for joining in online for this panel discussion. And may I now call upon Dr. Natarajan for the felicitation ceremony, and may I request Dr. Priya to kindly felicitate Dr. Natarajan, who moderated the panel discussion so effectively. May I request Dr. Natarajan to kindly remain seated? Yes. Thank you, Dr. Priya, for the felicitation ceremony. Now may I call upon Dr. Abhijit Lele, HOD, Analytics, Pune Institute of Business Management, to deliver the vote of thanks. Followed by the vote of thanks, we will request all the dignitaries and HODs for a group photograph.
So good afternoon, everyone, and huge round of applause for the entire panel on making aware students as well as faculty about the importance of accreditation and the difference essentially between the accreditation and the approvals. So I would like to start with the thanks to Mr. Pratap Das. You brought the points on importance on clarity on strategic plan and the mission for the institute and why it is extremely important and why ISSB focuses on that. So thank you so much for bringing that point. Special thanks to Dr. Rangappa Gunasekaran sir. He not just helped us to understand that how accreditation helps us to ensure excellence at the institute level, but also shared the detailed strategic way in which he conducted the exercises at his institute so as to improve the quality of education and helping all the stakeholders associated with that. Once again, special thanks to Dr. Harivansh Chaturvedi sir. So I think that was the most important part where we all could understand, especially the students who could understand the difference between the approval and accreditation, because most of the times students perceive these two things as a kind of a proxy to each other, which they are not. So it was important to make a differentiation between NBA and NAC vis-a-vis AACSB, EFMD and AMBA. And sir also raised the importance of the benefits that all stakeholders get from these kind of processes, because B schools are not just having an impact on the student's life, they are also having the impact on the society, as you rightly mentioned. So thank you so much, sir, for bringing that particular point. Special thanks to Dr. Nishit Jain. From EFMD, he focused on the importance of strategy, and very beautifully, sir, you explained the concept of diversity, that why diversity is important at educational institutes, B schools, where you can include a lot of new courses which are required considering the need of the time, and also to create societal impact. So societal impact cannot be just measured that how much impact we are having on the students, but also with various stakeholders who are associated with the institutes. I would also like to thank Dr. Arun Elias, who has joined us online. And thank you so much, sir, for taking time from your busy schedule and staying with us. I know it's late night over there in New Zealand, so yeah, a special round of applause for you. He brought the importance of what inclusion means essentially. So, and then he explained the concept of shareholder to stakeholder thinking that we need to adopt. We just need to think beyond shareholder. We have to think now towards the stakeholders which are involved with a B school. And finally, a round of applause to Dr. Ramachandran Natarajan sir. I think he started with a very good example of typewriter. And I agree, I just keep on hearing the stories about typewriter. But I understand how the entire things have changed from a typewriter to now something which is AI-based work, right? So the importance of making yourself available for continuous change is what is gauged by the accreditation. And with that, I would like to thank on behalf of PIBM and ISDSI-G all the panel members for making us aware about the importance of accreditation and how it can help to make the society even better. Thank you so much, everyone. I now hand over to Indrayut. Please carry forward.
Can I request all the dignitaries, Dr. Priya and Dr. Abhijit Lele, to kindly come up on stage for a group photograph?
Thank you so much.
It's favor from institution or
With this, we have come to an end of day one of the prestigious 18th ISDSI Global Conference. I thank you all for your patience, and I hope that it was as enlightening for you as it was for us. I request all the dignitaries, faculties, our presenters and students to kindly proceed for the high tea to the designated place.
May I request the students to kindly allow our dignitaries to leave the auditorium first, and please note that we will be again rejoining back in this auditorium for a cultural function that would be presented to all the dignitaries and the students, presenters.